Alrighty. Well, here we go. Another day, another dollar, I guess. Um, I'm hoping to wrap up Kentucky Route Zero today. I don't know what I expected going into the game. It's definitely weird. It had a mostly positive rating on Steam, which actually kind of surprises me, not because it's a bad game, but because it feels like a very niche game. I suppose it makes sense because the people that would buy it and play it probably would enjoy it, but it's definitely not arcadey at all. It's like watching a slow burn movie. It's like I don't know, the Barry Lyndon of video games. That's a slow burn movie, by the way. Also recommend it. It's a good slow burn if you like a swashbuckler and Stanley Kubrick. There are definitely amazing moments in this game. Some of the music is surprisingly good, which threw me. The robot musicians are actually they're actually pretty good. It's not a genre I would listen to all the time, but it kind of has a Chelsea Wolf vibe, but also sort of an old school like retro wave vibe. Um, the drum programming was very 80s, although there were cases where there was like a chorus where it sounded like there were two people singing, and I suppose it could have been the two characters, but it sounded more like an effect placed on one voice and then like panned a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that's all that time I spent playing, or yeah, playing around with digital audio workstations is kind of, raising its ugly head, and I don't know, post-traumatic stress disorder from staring at a doll trying to figure out what the hell to do. Whoa. I must have timed that weird. I don't know how that transition looked, but it looked real jank from my end. So I last night was trying to find a good racing game that was available for cheap or free, um, to play now that I've beat Need for Speed 2015. And while the Grid Legends is cool, it doesn't quite feel the need that I want from a game. Um, Very good racing simulator game though, if you like simulations. They got a lot of things right that I thought they got wrong. The game actually taught me things that I didn't realize about professional racing, which was kind of cool. I should play a racing game on stream sometime. So it appears we're in a graveyard. Wait, who are all these people? Oh, the robot musicians are with us. Well, this can't be right. Looks like an old church. Worth a look inside, I guess. I want to stay outside. Why? I think I saw a lizard. Well, that's a lie. I'll stay with them, Junebug says. Okay, we'll make it quick. Holy. So there is a lot to look at. Find any lizards? One, but it went under a rock. That's lizards for you. That's true. Why do you dress like a punk? Do you have a family? Is that guy your boyfriend? Nah, what's a boyfriend anyway? It's a word people use because everyone else does. Doesn't mean anything to me. He's my cricket. See, it means something. It's specific. Yeah, but what is the purpose of a cricket in your life? I want to be specific. It sounds lonely, is something a kid would say. You've just got to make choices and own them. You think I was born this foxy? I came off the assembly line about a half foot shorter and all gray, no eyes. They were going to have us clearing out the mine. Doesn't matter what you look like under all that rock and water. A bunch of gray shadows shoveling and hammering invisibly at the walls, draining the tunnels. Johnny found some gear, an old tape player. We hid away in an underwater cave and listened to it over and over, and we knew we weren't miners. We slipped out onto the road, just these two featherless shadows, featureless shadows, and ever since that night we've been detailing, coloring in, specifying. I feel more like myself every day. I feel less like myself without my folks. Some people are born into a family. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Well, they went to the church and came back out very quickly. There you are. What'd you find in there? It wasn't... Hey, what's going on? You look flushed, old man. Doesn't matter. It kind of does, right? Okay, we got what we need. Let's go. I'm guessing we see it from Shannon and Conroy's perspective. Took me a minute. No, we went back into the Hall of the Mountain King. Trace an orbit round the road and close your eyes with holy dread, for we on mold and whiskey fed and drank from rivers down below. We found your strangers. We know how to fix your damned machine, but I'm not sure it was worth it. Oh, soon the visions will return. What have you found? They say we need to scrape the mold off the timing crystal, but the mold, of course, too much mold on the timing crystal would send the simulation adrift, each moment left out of sync. By all means, yes, clean the timing crystal. I should have went with unplug and plug it back in. Honestly. But I was trying to pick a solution that would be the quickest. Hey, Captain, how are you? I'm pushing on with this game. I'm going to try and get through it today if I can. This game is a slow burn movie. It really is. I do wish there was more excitement in it. I'm not sure how I feel about it. The story is good, but I don't know if it props it up enough. I'm doing okay. Actually got a good night's sleep for the first time in a long time. I tend to really struggle to go to sleep, but I managed it really quickly, which surprised me. And then I was able to get up at a decent hour instead of struggling. I tend to struggle a lot in the mornings also because I can't sleep, you know. The night before, yesterday, I was up until after the sun came up. Not like doing anything, just laying in bed going, can't sleep. Jesus Christ. Stare at a ceiling. Think about what I'm going to do tomorrow. Insomnia sucks. This also is a weird scene, just to get off on a tangent, because the animation, the turning of the camera takes so long, it takes forever to interact between Donald and Xanadu. You see anything that looks like a timing crystal? Yeah, right behind the control panel. It's filthy. Right, we're supposed to scrape off the black moly stuff. Weird. Just following instructions. Here we go. Wow, there's at least 9 scenes in Act 3. Holy shit, that's a lot. There were 5 in the previous, just to put it in perspective. This act ended up being twice as long as Act 2, I think. Maybe Xanadu will make sense now. Hey, Soups! Just in time, let's see what Xanadu has to say. Xanadu. At end of road. There's a house of some kind, a barn, a building, brick building. We're standing at the end of the road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. Oh my god, is this D&D? Let's check out the building. Inside building. You are inside a building, a storage shed for the National Park Service. There is a sensible modern electric lantern nearby. Get the lantern. Taken. Exit building. Enter forest. That's not something you can enter. Just type a direction. North, yeah. In forest. Dude, this is trippy. You are in open forest with a deep valley to one side. Ezra, can we climb a tree? Typing. Climb tree. I don't think much is to be achieved by that. Sorry. Can we dig a hole? Typing dig a hole. You can't see any such thing. Pretty limited vocabulary. Typing south. You are in the forest. Hey, it's a maze. South, east, northwest. We'll try south again. Lula is here, soldering replacement components in a small, handmade radio. Oh, we should talk to her. Ask Lula how she is doing. Hi, Donald. I'm getting the strangest interference out here. I've been tuning the radio circuits gradually as we go, swapping capacitor values and tweaking resistor networks. It was working for a while, but everything I can pick up sounds so distant and muffled. Lula hands you a radio. Well, maybe you'll have better luck. You're good at this stuff. Just don't forget to give it back. Well, we haven't gone east yet, so let's try east. Joseph is here, tapping with a small stylus on a modified pocket braille slate. A small gray kitten, no more than a few weeks old, dozes comfortably on top of his backpack. Maybe he has something to say. Donald, I was just transcribing your footsteps. Sounded like... Joseph runs his finger through the index card he's been tapping on from right to left. Long, weary song, drearily gone, dearly gone. You beat a melancholy shuffle through these woods, Donald. Ha. I've been noting down the sounds of the forest with an ear for speech and an inborn filter for poetry, I suppose, so maybe it's me being melancholy after all. I'm eager to see what the poetic subsystem makes of these punched cards. There's west. We haven't gone west yet. At edge of hole? Oh, are we gonna go through Route 0 through the computer? How weird. Sure, let's see what happens. You're at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to rock as the ground sinks into darkness. The computer tied to the upper back slickens with sweat in the afternoon sun. The rope slung around your shoulder has slipped under the strap of your backpack, digging uncomfortably against the collarbone. Yell into the hole first to see if they're pirates. I fucking love Ezra, dude. I'll only stand you as far as you wanted to yell. Yell, any pirates down there? No response. Sorry, kid. You're batting 0 today. At least we know there's no pirates, assuming the pirates would tell you that they're there. The lamp seems the next most obvious. Shine a lamp into the hole. Our lamp is now on. Shine lamp in hole. The lamplight only reaches a few yards down the hole where the rock is coated with a slimy black mold. You can tell that the walls are too slick to climb safely without assistance. Oh, this seems like a bad idea. Try using the rope to climb down safely. Tie rope to tree. The rope is tied snugly to a tree trunk. Down. Your feet slip a few times on the slimy rock, but you remain stable. Lula and Joseph descend carefully after you. Now we're in the pit. In bed quilt? Is that what we're calling this? Okay. You are in bed quilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere. Joseph and Lula remove the computer equipment they are carrying on their backs and begin setting up. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Set up the gear. I only understood you as far as you wanted to set up the... Set up the above. Lula looks pensive. What's the gear they're carrying? Ask Lula about gear. Sure, Donald. We may as well take inventory. I've got the tape machine and synthesizer parts we borrowed from the School of Music. It's all tuned up to my voice, so we won't have to type so much. Joseph has his slate and the punched cards he's transcribed from the poems we read. He's got the typewriter and a paper tape reader. And you've got a CRT display. How's your bag holding up? Ask her where the treasure is. Ha, if we knew that, we wouldn't have set up down here. I know you think this environment will help our project get us in touch with a deep romantic reverence for some kind of profound natural spookiness, but I was more comfortable with our lab. The university picked the worst time to cut our funding, typical institutional stinginess, and academic politics. I mean, I felt like we were getting really close to something. Anyway, I don't know if it's sustainable down here, you know, to live and work here together. Joseph looks uncomfortable, jealous. Hey, Donald, can you help me wire up these generators? I'll assemble the synthesizer, but I could use some help with the serial interface, if you have time. You hear an unfamiliar echo from the tunnel to the east. Maybe if you help Lula, she'll have more to tell us. Wire up the generators. Help Joseph. I appreciate it, Donald. I'm not much of an electrician, you know. You know that. Joseph hands you a bundle of wires. His kitten curls up on a spool of cabling. That's super cute. Listen, the three of us had a good thing for a minute, wouldn't you say? Up at the old place, before it got ugly? I'm saying, we came down here to work, to really do it, Xanadu. And I mean, we've got to be rational about this. All three of us have got to put our feelings aside for a bit and be rational. Do you know what I'm saying? Just agree with whatever he's saying. This isn't helpful. That's the when I read that statement, just agree with whatever he's saying. This isn't helpful. That is exactly something my girlfriend would do. That's exactly how she'd think of it. She'd be like, there is what is, right? And confronting what is, which you should do, but there's a time and place for confronting what is if it needs to be confronted. Instead, I'm going to take the pragmatic approach because this is neither the time nor the place to be talking about our lovey-dovey feelings. We're in a fucking cave in the middle of the fucking forest with a cat, some generators, and a whole lot of sexual tension, okay? So maybe let's just simmer down. It's a very Kentucky thing to say. Just simmer down, young'uns. It'll be fine. just chill. Joseph sets down the wire strippers in his hand. You really mean that? You're pretty okay, Donald. I mean, you have a clear idea on what's sensible. We're in an unmapped territory here. Strange to the whole thing. Got to have a focus. She'll understand. You are interrupted by an ominous echo of grating, scraping sound from the east, louder than before. It's Necromorphs, chat. What the hell is that? It's Necromorphs, Joseph. Let's check it out. In tunnels. What if it's your truck? What if it's your truck? What if it's like you and the Marquise girl just, you know, riding around in a truck? You rush down the tunnel with Joseph and Lula close behind. Junebug to Ezra. How do you like all this, kid? Kind of boring, but I like boring stuff sometimes. There's a lot of reading, but I'm really good at that anyway. Kind of boring, but I like boring stuff sometimes is about how I feel about this. The tunnel narrows, and soon you find yourself crawling on your hands and knees. Navigating the tunnel gradually becomes more awkward as smooth rock gives way to jagged, crystalline surfaces. Scratches and taps echo from the end of the tunnel, some short and piercing, some slower and groaning as if dampened by water. The tunnel opens into a large room. In Crystal Room. God, my nose is itching. Allergy. What the hell? Oh, it's the Hard Times Boys. What's up, Hard Times Boys? You're in a large irregular chamber. Walls, floor, and ceiling covered in crystalline projections. Strangers are here, scraping black mold from the crystals. They look up when you enter. One of them seems about to speak. Finally. Junebug, better run. Let's listen to what he says. The stranger reaches for a box he's carrying and presses a plastic button. The box whirs alive and a crackling voice blurts something unintelligible, then slows to a deep gurgle. He looks at his companions momentarily in confused disappointment, then he returns his awful gaze to you. Joseph flees through the tunnel to the north. Lula flees through the tunnel to the northeast. Follow Joseph, follow Lula. Listen, I already went to Joseph. Fair's fair. I'm going after Lula this time. What? That's not the direction. We need to run northeast, so I guess I have to go after Joseph no matter what. Lula's headlamp scans across the northern passage as you run. Soft shadows loom, perplexing from floor to ceiling. You feel around to distinguish shadows from crystals, but eventually find yourself cornered. You have hit a dead end. Who are they? Sorry, now's not the time to be comforting. Let's find a way the fuck out of here. Come on, escape. That's not a verb I recognize. Look for escape. You can't see any such thing. Listen, I think they've gone back to work. They seem strange somehow. Maybe they've forgotten about us. All right, let's try to pass them quickly now. Don't make eye contact, then we'll find our way back to the equipment. But what about fucking Joseph, man? You're in bed quilt along east. Oh, yeah, I remember where this is. Lula is here, panting for breath. They follow us? Where's Joseph? She seems pretty scared. May as well wait. Search for him. How only stood you... Of course, search for Joseph. Search with the equipment. Various computer and audio equipment cast angular shadows into the tunnels. You scan slowly across the pile. Nothing. Okay. Down one of the tunnels. You select a tunnel at random. Your lantern illuminates several sets of footprints on the moldy cave floor, but they are impossible to identify. Joseph climbs down from a rope still tied above. That damn sound, those damn voices, I don't even know what direction I was running. I wove through the network of tunnels. I ran my hand along the wall, always turning left, but every turn and every rock felt the same. For all I knew, I was running in circles. Well, you were running left over and over. Finally ended up here, and I hid. I panicked. I heard you talking, but I didn't think I could trust my senses. But listen, there's one thing I have to tell you. While I was out there, lost in the tunnels and caves, I came across the Zero, and I had no idea. It's like a real place. They pick up garbage, they deliver mail, they go to work and church, but it has an awful kind of emptiness. Wandering through, I heard horrible echoes, weird images got burned in my mind's eye, a television, a scarecrow, a crystal, a feather, a sandwich, a CRT monitor, a bottle, an anchor. Looks down at her feet. We should ask him more about that. What's up with Lula? Ask Lula what's up. Nothing. That's a lie. Just, Joseph, you sound disturbed. Lula, you've heard the same damn stories I have. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter now, damn it. I'm leaving. To hell with all of it. Junebug. Whoa, we should stop him. Get him back on track. We're so close. Divert Joseph's attention. You shout something at Joseph about the project you're working on together. You'll die in these damn cold caves, and what about those men? You know they'll come back. Tell them we can find somewhere to start a fire. Tell them we can hide from the strangers. Suggest finding a hiding place. You shout something at Joseph about going deeper in the caves. Did you hear their voices? They're not... They'll find you, but not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop. Your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damned cave. Joseph is right. We can't stay here. I'm leaving too, but I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon and I'm heading down the Zero. What? Oh, don't let her leave us here. Get Lula's attention. You plead with Lula about your continued collaboration. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can see what your damn machine does with it. Lula and Joseph have left. Wait, didn't I get the tape at some point? Abandoned by your collaborators, your confidants, your companions, and only two among your colleagues with whom you've ever trusted the gift of your friendship. Pretty thick. Sounds like Beardo had his heart broken. That's sad. You wander the tunnels alone, dragging along the components of your unrealized masterpiece, combing the underground passages for a new site in which you realize your vision. Junebug, sardonic. Sounds like a genius. How do you mean? Vain. Vanity. Ain't it the truth? My Aunt Remedios, before she got into the whole ethnomusicography? Did I say that right? Ethnomusicography thing. She was a painter, mostly nudes in oil. She had this model, I'll never forget him, big, classically physical guy, looked like he was about to storm Troy. He made everyone call him the Colonel. Weaver and I saw this guy naked a lot. You couldn't help it. He was always posing somewhere in the house, chasing the light from room to room while Aunt Remedios made a sketch of his profile or worked on the right mix of pigments for his abdomen. The Colonel and his magnificent hair, long black hair that ran down just the bottom of his shoulder blades. One evening, he was standing next to an open window in the back of the house. The sun was setting, early spring, I think. It was kind of windy. Aunt Remedios was trying to get his hair right. She kept arranging it like half in front and half behind, running over his shoulder and laying across his chest in this very specific way. But it itched him or something, and he'd... Sorry. He'd do this weird indignant shuffle thing. Or the wind from the open window would push it around, or he'd start to turn his neck when Weaver or I ran by, and everything would be tangled again. The final product was a swirl of black lines billowing around the top of his neck. Weird thing is, I don't even remember his face now, just that black swirl, probably the best one she ever painted. What does this have to do with anything? There's a concept in storytelling chat called show don't tell. And a lot of older authors were really, really bad to tell. They would just, you know, they would have a scene where a guy would be like, yeah, me and Joseph talked, and, you know, he really doesn't think it's a good idea because we were doing blah, blah, blah when blah, blah, blah happened, which changed his mind about blah, blah, blah. Like, you're telling them. Instead, you set the audience in that scene. The reader is placed in the scene and he witnesses it take place, either omnisciently or from the perspective of one of the characters in the scene. So there's a whole lot of this, characters telling me stories from before that don't seem to have any relevancy. And I don't know, like, this game annoys me sometimes. It's just a little bit over the top, a little bit too much. It's a little bit too talkative. Like, damn, I talk a lot, but holy shit. It's just, So here's the fire pit. After what may have been years, you stumble out of the tumble into the cavernous open space. Stalactites adorn the ceiling like grotesques. In the center of the room is an enormous rocky spire. This is where you will set up the equipment and establish your legacy. Now is the time to continue your work. Research assistance, 0. Realism index, 0. Oh, 37%. Romance index, 2%. Mold coverage, 0%. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistance to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. Ugh. Hey, Nats, how are you doing, man? The more I play this game, it jumps between being really entertaining and disappointing. It feels like a tabletop RPG or like a choose your own adventure book, but within a game. The problem is it messes with the pace a little bit, because you'll be running around doing interesting things and then suddenly stop to read 20 pages of text, part of which you select. All right, we're back. The internet gods got angry for me talking smack about this game. Let's just try to get through it. We'll try to get through this. Okay, so hire a new research assistant. Uploading a job advertisement to message boards. You hire Amy, who studies human-computer interaction. We need to hire another one. Dude, I need to get a new internet connection and stuff. There's a lot that I need to be doing. Hire a new research assistant. Typing. Hire. Let's see. We can hire more people. No new applicants. Try again later. Okay. Let's see. We can assign assistant. Sleep. Assign assistants to task. Assign. Debugging, transcription, or speculation. I don't remember what Amy did. Let's say debugging. Assigning available research assistant to debugging. Okay, well, if I can't do anything else, then I'm gonna sleep. Bats now fly normally instead of getting hung up on each other's wings and clustering together like horrible leathery tumbleweeds. Now is the time to continue your work. I have one research assistant. Oh, our realism index went up 10%, chat. Romance is still at 2%, so Donald and Amy, they don't really have a thing. Yeah, I'm going to post another job. You may hire a new research assistant, assign assistants to a task, or sleep until tomorrow. So we're going to hire another research assistant. If I remember right, Andrew was the one that we had writing stuff down. Amy did Back in Black. Not to be confused with AC/DC's Back in Black. I must be allergies, man. It must be fall allergies because I have struggled with it the last couple days and they've been getting worse. You hire Greg, who studies architecture. Assign task. You may assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, or speculation. We'll say transcription. We'll just go in order. You have 2 research assistants available today. Assign how many? To transcription. 1. Typing. 1. Assign assistants to task. Assign. Assigning available research assistant to debugging. And then sleep. This is weird. All I'm going to do is get 3 assistants, assign them to 3 tasks, and sleep. It's a real long way to get to it. Like, I know. Time passes. Amy widens tunnel slightly to reduce the need for extra crouch commands. Greg types up some lurid imagery from a dream journal. Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Now is the time to continue your work. We have 2. Our realism index has gone up, but our mold index has 2. Oh boy, the romance between, who was it, Greg? Greg and Amy, man. Mold coverage is up 19%, chat. They haven't seen my air conditioner. It's much higher than that. That probably explains my allergies, actually. I'll be playing Death Stranding later today. I've always been really, really curious about that game. I'll see if I can stop by, but I won't promise you. If you line it up with the end of my stream, though, I will go ahead and raid you. But I have been putting off a lot of personal tasks that I really need to get to, like checking my account balance to determine whether or not I'm broke yet. And I need to make a deposit. I got reimbursed for some stuff, so I'm going to make a deposit to try and hold off poverty for as long as possible. But I've been putting it off because it makes me anxious. I'm worried about how much money I have in the bank. Again, that's not to imply anything, chat. I always feel bad talking about it because it's like, send me your money. But please, please don't. Don't ever pity me. It's just an honest appraisal of my situation. I'm like, oh, I really don't want to. You know, it's like if you had a girlfriend and you suspected she was cheating on you, and you really, you're not a jealous person. This is like, you're like, oh my God, I think my significant other really is cheating on me. And you knew you had the means to determine 100% without anybody getting hurt, well, except for yourself, that she was or was not. You would be very scared to open that envelope. You'd be like, do I just live in ignorance and be happy, or do I discover the truth and maybe be happy or maybe be ruined? And that's sort of the situation I'm in, where I'm like, oh, I'm choosing ignorance, chat. I keep choosing ignorance. Ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know how bad it is, but I have to know because of like car insurance and shit like that, like being able to survive. I have to survive, so I have no choice, and I've been putting it off, so. But if I can stop by and watch, I will, absolutely. I've been wanting to see that game played. All I know is that Walking Dead guy is in it, and babies help you to see things or something. It's weird. It seems like a weird game. Isn't it a Hideo Kojima game? Hideo Kojima is amazing, by the way. Metal Gear, just all the Metal Gears. Anyway, let's try and hire a new assistant. Yeah, Kojima is fucking amazing. He's an amazing guy. He studies mathematics. Hire a new research. Assign assistant to task. You may assign research, transcription, or speculation. Speculation. Just one. We're gonna assign another assistant. I know this. To transcription. Just one. And then assign the final assistant to debugging. Norman Reedus, that's exactly, yeah. That's exactly. After Silent Hills fell through due to disagreements between Konami and Kojima. Yeah, that's a bummer because a lot of the teasers for it made it out to be amazing. Like, this is going to be an absolutely amazing game, right? Silent Hills was the... they created a teaser for it in which you're in like this really spooky fucking house, if I remember right. And it looked amazing, but it was never completed because of disagreements. PT was incredible and an incredible marketing move. What do you mean PT? What am I missing? Ethereum mining died today? Why? Well, also, I'm sorry to all the NFT bros, but it was coming. Playable trailer for Silent Hills, yeah, okay. I never actually got a chance to play it. At the time, I was working like 100 hours a week, and I saw videos about it like on my phone while I was goofing off at work. That was as close as I ever got. But I gotta know about this Ethereum thing. Sorry to diverge from the game for a minute, chat, but am I gonna have to Google this, Nats? What's going on? Visage is free on Xbox Game Pass, and I plan on playing it for Halloween. Greg identifies a bug in the oxygen level simulation, but is unable to fix it. Amy summarizes the migratory patterns of bats through the tunnels. Weaver posits that nature, not reason, is the master of industry. Intruders, chat! The strangers are doing something to the equipment, but they can't make out what. You hide behind a rock until they leave. With trepidation, you emerge from the hiding place hours later. I'm not convinced this is getting us any closer to zero. Ethereum went to proof of stake, so you can only trade it now. But doesn't that make it... All right, I'm gonna pause from this game really quick, because I do want to look into this. Let's go to desktop capture really quick. We're gonna diverge for a moment here. Proof of stake is a cryptocurrency consensus mechanism used to validate transactions through randomly selected validators. Proof of stake protocols are a class of consensus mechanisms for blockchains that work by selecting validators in proportion to their quantity of holdings in the associated cryptocurrency. This is done to avoid the computational cost of proof of work schemes. So basically what it means is that you cannot validate Ethereum that is being mined because it's just being, for pun intended, it's being pulled out of the ether. So that you can't validate the, but that also means, doesn't that also mean that certain amounts of Ethereum can be lost forever? Like if it would be sort of like those Bitcoin crypto wallets you hear about in the news, where some guy's got it on a laptop that's in a, you know, in a landfill somewhere, right? Ethereum went, so yeah, that's interesting. Am I wrong? So is Bitcoin not proof of stake? Because they wouldn't be able to mine Bitcoin otherwise, right? Oh, I've got to get used to this keyboard eventually. Historic day for crypto as Ethereum merge to proof of stake occurs. Large ether owners, the right to add a block of transactions to the ledger. What does Ethereum look like right now? No, Ethereum. I want to see the price. When did they make the announcement? I have a feeling they made the announcement around 2:20 p.m. Just gonna guess. Just gonna guess that they made the announcement of it going proof to stake today at around 2 p.m. 2 hours ago. According to this, it's 5:45 p.m. 2 hours ago would have been 3:45 p.m., which is when this article came out. They just completed the merge 3 hours ago at 2:45. So that's an accurate guess. If you were... I mean, now would be the time to buy, right? I guess? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not as big a crypto nerd as a lot of other people are. I like it, but... I like it on the principle of blockchain, not so much, you know? Cryptex said today that that's what I mine with, and I can't do it now. Lost profits for the future. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. That affected you specifically. You may hire a new assistant. I mean, let's see if we can hire any more assistants, but I don't think we can because there's only 3 here. MGR Revengeance has such a good soundtrack and meme ability. The memes, Jack. And maybe it does, but I don't know what you're talking about. You guys have me Googling stuff every 30 seconds now. Oh, Metal Gear Rising? Yeah, I never played that one. You managed to pick the one Metal Gear I didn't play. I thought it was Metal Gear, but like, I only played like 3 Metal Gear games, and the only one I ever beat by myself anyway, I played another that I beat with someone else, was Metal Gear Solid. There was a big block of my life where I wasn't able to play games just because of constantly working and being dirt poor. That's why, like, I love games. I'd love to play them all the time, but I don't. There's a lot of games I haven't played because of it. Oh, dang, you got to play it on Steam sometime. Yeah, I absolutely would love to do, like, a series where I go back and I just play all the Metal Gears. Because Metal Gear Solid is in, like, my top 10 favorite games of all time. You have hired Marianne, who studies fine art. Assign assistants to task. Is there a... You assign research assistants to debugging, transcription, and speculation. Let's... I don't know. You have 4... Let's assign all of them, because this is... No, sleep. She doesn't return, but neither do they. Now is the time to continue your work. Can we hire more? Well, we'll do it. After this, I'm gonna have to play something arcadey. You hired Roberta, who studies fairy tales. Assign assistants to task. I have 4 assistants that I can assign to a task. We're gonna do all speculation this time. Why not? You have 4 research assistants available today. Assign how many to speculation? 4. Sleep. Greg discards centuries of exhaustive data on uniformity of cause and effect. Marianne makes a convincing argument for the edibility of stone. Roberta muses about the love lives of fungal colonies. Amy has ideas. Greasy black mold is collecting on the computer equipment. Now is the time to continue your work. Maybe you should try to start over or something. This doesn't seem to be helping. I mean, we'll start over, but what is the point of this? I don't know what the point of this is. Come on, kid. We've got stuff to do. Thank God. Maybe we have to lose or die somehow in order to start over. Violence isn't the answer to this one. You don't encounter the strangers again, but sometimes you hear the uncanny echoes of their voices off in the tunnels. Years pass, mold accumulates, and the remaining research assistants take to burning disused equipment in the center of the room. The black mold is intensely flammable and makes an excellent catalyst. It leaves behind a sweet, narcotic perfume. One night you have visitors, outsiders, different ones. Then, later that night, an old friend. You really did go deeper into the caves. Premature, end of file, press any key to quit. Huh. Thank goodness I was able to get out of that. I don't know what the point of that was. I will absolutely, like I said, I will absolutely play Metal Gear. I'll play all of them, all the ones I can. I'll even get a PlayStation 2 emulator if I have to, and play those. I don't know that there are... I have to exit again because I have to see. Oh, I closed. Of course I closed Chrome. Why wouldn't I close Chrome? That makes perfect sense. Metal Gear games. No. I want to go from the back forward. I can't play all of them. There would be Metal Gear Solid. Solid 2. Solid 3. What did the 2004 one come out on? It was a computer game, it says, so I should be able to get it for PC. Platforms, no, PlayStation 2, Nintendo 3DS, so I'd have to get an emulator. Or maybe not. PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, PlayStation Vita. I'm sure there are a lot of ports and stuff. The problem is they're almost exclusively on consoles. I'll have to go back and figure out a way to play those. Have a good day, Nats. I'll try to stop by your stream later, dude. Sorry for the boringness. Sure, let's talk to Lula. To Donald. You really did go deeper into the caves. Well, you were easy enough to find. I've met a few of your former assistants. One can't help but hear things, so this is what became of our project. Oh, I've made some additions. Joseph stole the data tapes for the first half, so I've had some blank spots to fill. Yes, I know. He published his version, actually. I'm sorry to report that it's a bit tediously sentimental. We found your doctor. Oh, good, yes. You're looking not well, to be honest. You smell like distillery. Have you been drinking? Shannon looks uneasily at Conway. Well, I wouldn't blame you if you had been. It's so dim here. So you found the address data. Just pass it over to Donald here. Donald, will you be a dear and crunch these numbers? We're looking to sort out the street name collision, Dogwood Drive. How long does this take? Should only be an hour or so. Andrew will carry it over to... I'll be at the bureau for the rest of the night. Just mark it private materials for the attention of Senior Clerk Chamberlain. How do we get to the bureau from here? The bridge. Yes, the bridge. Through the gate over there. Sentimental. Now we, too, recede into history. Good night, Donald. Meet me at the bureau and we'll get you on your way. Head counterclockwise to the cathode ray, then turn around. Then it's just clockwise until you find the bureau. Oh, chat. So... We take the bridge, which gets us to the road. We have to head counterclockwise, which that would look clockwise to you. Counterclockwise to the cathode ray, then turn around. Then it's just clockwise until you find the bureau. So, turn around at the cathode. We're basically going left, and then right. Between us, I think you should drive. Go to the gate. I want some more coffee, but unfortunately we're out. Go down. Can I please go down? Thank you. Oh, we must be getting to the end of this this act because of music. I have to say the music is probably the best thing about this game. I know a lot of you probably don't appreciate, like, American folk music, but I'm a fan. Just having been raised around it, there's something very homey about it. Oh, I've got to talk to... Blue. Blue is important, chat. Thanks for waiting, Blue. What have you been doing? Sleeping, I bet. Take it if you can get it. Keeping Johnny here company? Alright. Let's talk to Johnny. What happened up there? I'm actually not sure. Very mysterious, ma'am. So we're going counterclockwise to the cathode. Turn around and keep going until you get to the bureau. Should be right around this corner, the bottom, I believe. Maybe I have to go twice. If the bureau is at the top, that would be weird. It'd be the first time the bureau is at the top of this cave system. I wonder if they still have the road blocked off. Sorry, I gotta talk to Blue every opportunity I get. Hey, you see that cat over there? You think she'd eat some bread? Maybe if we leave some crust behind, she'll go for it when she's got a minute or two. I wish I could talk to the cat. I want to pet the cat. You give me kitty and then I can't pet it. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Come on, receptionist lady. Oh, it's Lula. Hey, Lula. Marianne has the rest of the evening off, so I'm minding the desk. Any word on the address? The results just came in by courier. Good news. Donald and his assistants were able to sort through the noise. Iterate cross-referenced their results against some of our records. We found a corresponding mail stop on the Echo River route. As it happens, the night ferry is scheduled to make its stop here shortly. The ferryman carries the mail and collects the garbage as well. I'm sure you can catch a ride out that way. You're welcome to wait here. I have to get back to packing. Going somewhere? I might. I'm feeling impulsive, and I'd like to be ready. Maybe back to Mexico. That's been years. They still have one of my sculptures in a museum down there. Did you know? Big, ugly iron thing. Time to have it scrapped anyway. Safe travels. Try and stay out of the water. It's colder than it looks, and it's deep. You know we're going to end up in the water. All right, robot lady, I need to hear your legs again. There we go. Thank you, robot lady. Your leg is flashing. Does that hurt? Why is the little boy wearing a suit? That's weird, but okay. Oh yeah, wait. How long do we have to wait? Oh, who knows? Alright, what happened? What? Nothing? Up to you. It's okay, you can tell them it doesn't matter anymore. Fine. So, we were in that graveyard. I knew we were going to go back to the graveyard. Oh, I have to walk out? Yeah. It's a little weird because you don't see your character at the start. Please don't stop to talk. Or stop to talk. Well, this can't be right. It looks like an old church. I guess. I want to stay outside. Okay. I'll stay with them. We can look for lizards. Okay, we'll make it quick. Church. Maybe it's a cult, chat. Please be a cult sacrificing someone. Look at the floor. The church floor is solid metal, scuffed in flecks of unknown boot heels. Sit. I don't know what I expected. The strangers, he kept saying. Kind of vague already, isn't it? Donald's a stranger. Hell, you and I are practically strangers. Listen, earlier, in the mind, I didn't want to talk about it, but... You don't have to talk about it. No, it's okay. I want to. When I saw Weaver, she was on TV. I was testing a pretty simple tube repair, flipping through channels to check the saturation, and she was just there. It was kind of horrible. I mean, I told you she disappeared, suddenly ran away, but we thought... You thought she was dead. Yeah, I guess I don't like to say it. Dead. And then, the next time I flipped to channel 2, Weaver. It's burned in my vision now. She's standing in a room. The walls are kind of gray. There's tape on the walls like markings and desks, a classroom maybe. The camera is in the corner, so it's this sort of 45-degree angle into the room, and there's Weaver right in the center of the picture. I stopped turning the dial. Hell, I think I stopped breathing. Eventually she spoke, but there was no real sound, just this awful hum. I read the closed captions. She said to go to the mind. I'd find something there. I can't remember her exact words. When I try, I get distracted, fuzzy. Shannon coughs into her sleeve. It's so dusty in here, right? Yeah, real dusty. I hadn't noticed. Maybe it's me. I'm kind of allergic to... What the hell was that? Did you hear that? We should check outside. Or we should take the fucking elevator in the church down. Because that's a thing that you find in churches. Be a cult. Be a cult. Be a cult. The cult of the whiskey drinkers. Here we are. Oh, I'm Skeleton Man. Let's talk to the visitors. A stranger activates a tape player slung on his shoulder. A crackly drawl echoes in the room. It is patient and sounds like it should be smiling. My regrets. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. We don't see a lot of foot traffic these days. I guess you're here about the job. I'm afraid we only have one opening at the moment. Horrible business. We're actually looking for some information about an old computer. Certainly, I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've only just met you, but I feel certain there's a place for you here. I'll just take you over to meet the dispatcher, show you the trucks, get you familiarized. We can converse as we go. What is this place? Well, it's not an old church. No, I guess not, but still. It's all has a kind of reverence to it. And what's that smell? Like bread, baking bread? Please, follow me. I guess if I have to, I'll follow you, Skeleton Man. Skeleton Man, Skeleton Man. What is that? I have to ask you to step in here a moment. This is for your safety, and adjust your outfits just a bit. There's some protective headwear on the wall back there. Please remove your shoes and eyeglasses. I'm not taking off my shoes. Oh, I understand. It's only a courtesy to... Well, do us a favor and put on the headwear anyway. Just this way. This is so weird. There are robots, but there are also people. Oh, we got helmets, chat! Also, this is nice. I do have to admit this is nice. Because he actually moves at a good speed. Like, he doesn't mess around. Talk to Earl. This is Earl. He used to be a beekeeper. Borrowed some used casks to store the hives, but the interest accrued more quickly than the honey. Now he works for us here in logistics. This is the power company? Wow, check this stuff out. It must be decades old, but it's in perfect condition. You really like old electronics, as do I. I think they're cool. That's why I got into the business, to keep old stuff like this running. Seems like such a shame to let it just fall into ruin, you know? Like that computer back in the cave, Xanadu. Decades of engineering, thousands of years of mathematics and philosophy, all petrified into living stone. How could you just let that fall apart? I would love to have like an old Apple II. More new arrivals this evening. Plenty to do. Got to relay the formula. What job are they working? We actually just need to ask you about a computer. What formula? Oh, the formula changed our lives. Once, years ago, we were as prisoners to the intricacies of our debts here. We'd have to account for everything on paper, compounding interest by hand, reassessing amortization, and leveraged asset distributions according to nightly merit decay. Then she stepped out of the dark caves to show us the light of the formula. She had a brilliant grasp of mathematics and a saint-like way of speaking right through the numbers. That's, Mary, right? The Mary Lady. Now we just plug our daily numbers into the formula and run it all through the adding machine. We occasionally suffer some surplus drift, but she instructed us on all the necessary adjustments. It was devastating to see our revered mathematician go, but she was needed elsewhere. Her legacy abides. We actually just need to ask about the computer. No, the orientation is all done by voice and rote. We don't believe electronics have a role in our company culture. Computers are tools. Plenty of interesting mechanical this and that ahead, though. Shall we move on? I mean, I guess. Finally, something interesting is going on. I have to admit, this is like the funnest I've had in the game for a while. Also, I don't know what this button does, but he gets all glitchy. Glitchy man, glitchy man. Glitching as much as a glitching man can. I can look at shuttles. Here's the fleet. Haha. Oh, we just use these to get around internally. How big is this place? Oh, it's grown a great deal over the years. Incredible to think, really. When Mr. Bishop founded this operation, it was only about 1,800 square feet, and half of that was more than occupied. Half of that or more was occupied by camouflage to keep the law out. Hiding out in the back of the old church, purifying spirits by handmade fire, a kettle and a dream. Wouldn't you say? Never mind. So, the trucks are just east a ways in shipping. You can become acquainted with the dispatcher there. Give me a tap on the shoulder if you see something that catches your eye. Always happy to show off the facilities. Supply machinery. Okay, we can't drive that. Will it not let me go anywhere else? Yeah, it will. We will probably drive that, but... Oh, I'm blocked off. I can't go any further. So I guess we have to glitchy and then drive. Come on, peeps. Meet me. Please let me drive this. Please let me drive this. Please let me drive this. Oh, this is sick. Oh, this is sick. No, I want to do donuts. Let me do donuts, please. Thank you. Oh, the controls are a little weird. It alternates between one or... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, that's better. That's better. Yeah! Whee! Donuts! Does this thing have nitrous? No! What the... Yeah, alright, let's see if we can run this guy over. No, I want to run this guy over! Come on! GTA! Oh, God. Actually, it might be easier with the dam. Let's go this way. Okay, so I can go up this way, which is neat. But not very far. Can we back up? No, we can only turn around. Please let me get over here. Okay. We're going to shipping. Listen. The controls are really weird, but will he park? Please park. Park like a good boy. No? Dude, your parking is not good. That's not good parking. Here it is. Now I have to ask, as a matter of course, what kind of experience do you have driving trucks? I mean, I drove deliveries for an antique shop up until this last run. Aha, precious cargo. You'll do just fine. And you can drive safely, can't you? I haven't any doubt. Now it's only after what happened with Miguel this evening. What happened to Miguel this evening? Well, the dust is still clearing, of course. Perhaps he closed his eyes for a moment or simply hit a curve too devilish. I do pity ill-fated Miguel. He was good company and slow to anger. But if we're speaking confidentially, well, With all that lost product to be repaid, bourbon and glass dashed across the interstate, and a few casks too, we're all just thankful he had no next of kin. So let's see if we can ring up the dispatcher. Ooh, radio. Starts the truck and switches on the CB radio. A deep, monotonous voice drones from the dashboard speaker. 1020 on the load, come back. Up in Hummingbird Cave, 1012, City Kitty. This a good time, dispatch? We may have found Miguel's replacement. Thought you might like to get acquainted. 10-9, come again. What are all these codes? Introduce yourself. Tell dispatch something impressive about yourself. They're very well regarded here. You folks know anything about a Molio 99 wheel holder? Gotta pay the water bill. Ah, so I'm certain they'll call back before long. Let's take a look around the truck, eh? Alright, what do you think, chat? I mean, the tires are okay, headlights. The wipers are real important, chat. How them wipers work? Control the wipers with this knob here. Yeah, we got good wipers, chat. They seem to have decent torque to them, eh? Can't say how they'd fare in an ice storm, but we must never delay a shipment. Better to assume the risk. You folks watch the weather closely? I wouldn't know if I wouldn't know it if I saw it. Too many years of climate control. Have I mentioned I rarely, if ever, leave our facility? I wouldn't know rain if it drowned me. They ditched class for a day to drive in the rain. It was pointless to stay. All review. He was a lost cause, and she didn't need it anyway. She was smart, bored. It was time to cut out. Shitty day for it, though. 83 and biblical flood. They went to see a movie. It was some anonymous swashbuckler film about real men and women, real tights, real lips, fake blood. They brought a flask. Fucking love this. They smoked cigarettes, drank awful hooch, whistled buckets of rain. She sang about someone she wanted once to have loved. Brown hair curled around her ear. She had a voice like Scotch whiskey. They poured another drink. And another and another. She worried it was getting dark out. Then it was getting light out. They ended up in someone else's field, in someone else's car, an early morning joyride and a sunrise collision. She got on the bus and he hiked back to his car. He sat in his car and went over some options to Chicago, Toronto, Barrow. It seemed like a bold and impulsive gesture at the time. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel for a moment and felt the car drift into a decision. Years later, he'd think of this as a moment he himself started drifting. Modest technology, but suited to the job, eh? Plenty good enough. Okay, so stuff like that is actually good storytelling, I have to admit. Like, they're showing weirdly there. Headlights. There's probably more poetry to be had here. Headlights work fine, see? Do little fiddles with the controls. That's important. Most of our product goes out at night. You never know who you'll run into in the daylight, and dusk can be treacherously misleading with all that indirect light. The magic hour, eh? Drivers sleep in the day then? Sure, those that sleep. Miguel pulled extra day shifts when he could. Sometimes he'd help me, you know, sometimes over in bottling. He shouldn't have been out driving at dusk. Weird shadows, soft light, dangerous. Headlights look pretty okay. Conway had to get off the highway, too loud, too murky. He turned off into some gray cornfield in Indiana. Empties rattled under the passenger seat. He kept them over there so the smell wouldn't spread. The window was always open a crack. He had to pull over. He just needed a nap, even if he ran late. He was only human. He'd been out since the headlights were on, didn't even stop for coffee. He cracked a beer at 3, eyes on the road, 4:30. He dodged some stray cattle. The headlights were coming back on. Rockford could wait. Early morning couldn't be much worse than late night. What could they care? He just needed a few hours. So, moving on. This is cool. I actually like this scene. Let's start with the tires. Oh, sure. I know you'll want to look. Kick the tires. That's a thing that we do, isn't it? As though our knees could exert the kind of force these tires see out there on the road, we're more likely to hurt ourselves. Isn't that the way, eh? Yeah, but you can tell if a tire is deflated. If you push on a tire and it has too much give, then you need to air up your tires. You need to at least check what the pressure is. Sure, they're big machines, but they can be fragile. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. A truck deserves care and fearful respect, like a glass elephant. Miguel was a good driver, but he didn't have that quality of deference. What kind of man was Miguel? Conway sat in a dim room full of folding chairs. The walls and ceiling were painted with old smoke. Someone read from the book. He drank coffee with a little sugar. He was just waiting for it to be over. A few others shared. They spoke in abstractions like a program of action, a good orderly direction, spiritual but not religious, religious but not spiritual, all the things we tried. Then it was over. They clasped sweaty hands through a short prayer and stepped back out into the morning. He knew it was time to hit the bar. Nah, he started walking. He was always walking these days. It was good to slow down. It felt clarifying, like walking meditation. The road ran by a creek for a while. He took an unforeseen detour where the creek and the road parted, following the edge of the water. He skipped a few stones alone, then stopped to consider an overturned boat. It was a kind of serenity, that wandering and looking without purpose. He was coming to rely on those moments. Now, what else can we show you? This is the best writing I've encountered so far in this game. It reminds me very much of old Stephen King. Stephen King had this way of inserting himself into stories because he used to be an alcoholic. So, like, especially if you read Dr. Sleep, I think it was, the sequel to The Shining, kind of has this vibe about it. There was another one I read. Oh my God, I've read too many stories. I don't remember which one it was. It was one of his short stories, had that kind of vibe too, like the alone on the road with a bunch of empties under the seat kind of thing. Look like it's just about ready to go. We have some good strong folks in shipping here, so you never need to worry about loading if you don't want to. Bit hard on the knees in the back at RAJ. Of course, you'll have to unload at the destination, but that's the job, and some drivers like a little extra shift stacking and loading here and there. Did Miguel load his own trucks? I shouldn't really do any lifting these days. I see. Well, surely you can spare a dolly and carrying strap for your health and safety. Sounds like a lot of work around here. Here we go. Conway woke up on belled hay. Everything was too bright, his head hurt, the usual. Lisette and Ira argued loudly just outside the open barn. She wanted Ira to take him inside and shower, have some coffee, get to the job. Ira said there wasn't time. Conway was in no condition. It was an important job. They couldn't put it off. Ira said to let the deadbeat sleep it off and then send him packing. He said Charlie could do the job. Conway stepped out of the barn, shielding his eyes. He tried to say something reassuring, but just sort of stumbled around it. Lisette looked away. Ira just spat and went inside to wake Charlie. Ira was a stubborn man, so Charlie went along and Conway drifted out again, and he didn't hear about the accident until months later. So, what's next? Radio again, I guess. Truck's radio crackles back to life. Driver, come back. Oh, there's dispatch. Now tell them about your experience. Tell them the truck's in good shape. Tell them you'll start in the morning. I really can't. Yeah, we've got to finish this delivery and a few... 10:33 dispatch. Got 2 black guys and a flock of crocodiles. Come back. What? 10-4. Back it down and prick your eyelids, driver. Come back, Lem. 10-4. Come back, wheel holder. 10-4. Got your ears on? Good. Listen to this. Silence. So... I think that went well. Let's head back up to logistics and seal the deal, eh? And I've got one more thing to show you. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is going on? Why is it suddenly dark? It wasn't dark a minute ago. Are they afraid of the power company? I love the music, though. Let's head back upstairs, eh? I have one more thing to show you. Wait. We only came here looking for some answers about this stupid moldy computer. Oh, the old man in the cave with the moldy computer. That black mold. It's drawn to whiskey. It feeds off ethanol fumes, you see. As we age the whiskey, some of it inevitably evaporates into the air. The angels share. It goes through the vents here and out into the caves. If we can scrape up that mold, we can usually apply some pressure and cold to it, squeeze it, condense the angel share back into a drinkable whiskey. Ugh! Every drop counts when you're making a living on that stuff. So, we'd go down and scrape it off the equipment, just like any other place grows. We kept sending his peoples here to drive us away, paranoid, truly paranoid. Well, now we have the formula, so we don't need to go collecting mold. Since we stopped going down there, I'm sure the mold's gotten pretty thick. Try cleaning off the timing crystal. That'll get you going, I'm sure of it. So, join me upstairs? We already did all this, so I'm really confused. Please don't make me go back to cleaning off the timing crystals and doing Xanadu again and... If you don't mind. Attic machine. Here it is, a beauty, wouldn't you say? It's an antique, you know. What is it? Why, it's an adding machine. This is where we come for our daily ritual to calculate the day's interest and repayment according to the formula. I usually do so at the beginning of my shift, so I know how many hours I need in order to keep up. Yes, I believe you'll do well here, sir. Happy to have you. Congratulations, you're hired. Wait, we can't. Doolittle, it's customary here to start each day of the shift a shift drink. Let's make it special. Mark the occasion. This is the top shelf stuff now. Single barrel. He doesn't... Down the hatch. Venom Memoriae Mors. What does that mean? I think I spelled Memoriae. No, I don't. Google does not need to know my location. Thank you, though. Wine is the death of memory. Vinum Memoriae Mors. That's my only choice is to drink. It actually isn't. I didn't do anything and now it's fading away. Oh, shit. Decent enough. Welcome aboard. It's not working for you. We have to get back to this hour. He has a delivery to make. What's this? Not working? Are you turning down this opportunity? She's right. I have to make this, I'm disappointed. And I'm afraid that leaves us with a delicate problem. As I indicated, this is top shelf stuff you're drinking now. It isn't cheap. I knew this was going to happen. If it's not your first shift drink, well, and there's a matter of this tour just now, my time and experience are billed at quite a premium. This is not good for you, my friend. You're in quite deep. My back of the envelope calculations, well, we have that in common, I suppose. All of us. Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to work this off somehow. It's just the way of it. What's happening right now? You can start tomorrow. Take the time to settle your affairs, of course. The interest begins to compound immediately, and, well, we'll go over the formula when you get here. I should get back to work. See you tomorrow, then. So weird. So, I guess I start in the morning. I guess. I'm confused. It's just the way these things go, kid. Huh. Well, that still gives us a few hours to roam, right? Where's the ferry? I'm assuming that's the ferry. Turns out hell is just a whiskey factory with compound interest. Oh, I love it, dude. That's so accurate. Also, angels and devil's share is the thing. Devil's share gets locked in the wood of a barrel, and then angel share evaporates away. And there are whiskeys that are made of both. A fucking elephant is the horn on the ferry. Right? Okay. So I spent an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours on this act yesterday, and then another hour and a half today. That was the longest act that I've played so far. The previous act was an hour and a half. That act was at least twice as long to get through. That took quite a while. All right, before I continue, though, I'm going to go get another cup of coffee while I have this chance. I will be back. Maybe whiskey is made by a wise guy. I think distilling alcohol is interesting. Using yeast to convert sugar into alcohol. The precise balance you have to make between sweet and vinegary, because if you don't process it long enough, it's sweet. If you process it too long, it becomes vinegary. And then you have to distill it, which is a whole other process of separating moisture from the alcohol because they evaporate at different rates. And then you have to store it, and depending on how you store it, you get a different flavor based on like the wood or whether it's in a metal vat or what it is. Also, what you're distilling, what you're getting your sugar from, changes the flavor. Like you can get something that tastes like gin by fermenting citrus fruits. You get vodka from potatoes. You get whiskey, I believe, from corn mash. Moonshine's also corn mash, if I remember right. Don't hold me to that. Beer is hops and barley, right? Pretty sure. I missed what that said. Right. Okay. I forgot to type 1. Let's do it correctly. Wait a minute. Can I just type this? 1 second.
Hello. You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
The Bureau of Secret Tourism.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. The Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary. I'm environmentally minded, and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy like, small water creature, crab or frog, now you know that sleep is all around us, like a muggy, tranquil fog. Something like that. It's easier to come up with these songs when I'm hungry in a sort of transcendental fasting state, but I've actually just had breakfast. A debt of gratitude is also owed to the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, who unselfishly and unknowingly donates this here telephone line for the purpose of this here informational resource.
Unknowingly.
You can always find the latest secret tourism literature in any of our unmarked kiosks or any other old place it happens to lay. That's all I have to say about that. Hey, do me a favor. When you get a chance, call us back at extension 1928. You can press 0 now to go back to the main menu.
All right, so give me a second.
You can press 0 now to go back to the main menu.
I know that. Hang on. I think this is a real extension for Eastern.
Press 0 now to go back to the main.
I think this is a real.
Home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake? If you're involved in an exchange of some kind, press 1. If holding the snake is part of your spiritual practice, press 2. If you don't remember why you're holding the snake, press 3. To return... Okay. What's the last thing you remember? Please describe your memory in as much detail as you are able, paying particular attention to any smells and sounds you may recall. Were you breathing through your mouth or your nose? What did the air taste like? And so on. Feel free to call again with extension 1618 and tell us the whole story. All right. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this here snake situation. What you're going for is a kind of gestural conversation. Don't worry. I'll lead you two through it. Give that snake a name and look her right in the eyes and say her name. I'm going to go with Delia for the purpose of demonstration, but you pick a suitable name.
She feels like a Barbara to me.
Follow along with me here.
Okay, Barbara.
Delia.
Barbara.
Take it easy now.
Take it easy now.
All of this is just a reflection of a reflection.
What if all this is just a reflection of a reflection?
Well, she processes that metaphysical curveball. Okay, what's Delia up to now? If she's staring right back at you, press 1. If she's wriggling around, press 2. And if she's just kind of limp, press 3.
3.
Well, your snake may be asleep. It
Oh.
happens.
You
You've got to
asleep,
wake
Barbara?
her up.
Oh.
Gently now. Whisper her something pleasant. Tell her why she wants to wake up. I mean, really convince her. I'll wait. All right, where are we at? If
There's
the snake is
rodents.
breathing heavily, press 1. If she's curled around your forearm, press 2. If her tongue is extended, press 3.
Oh, that tickles. So that's 3.
You just point your tongue right back at her. If hers moves left, yours moves right, and so on. Maintain eye contact so she knows you're not making fun of her. There you go. Delia should be in a kind of a calm, thoughtful state now, so you can move on. So, put that snake in some grass or something. Let Delia be free, like a snake should.
Be free, Barbara.
Go ahead and wash your hands if you care to. I would. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River.
So it has its moments, chat.
For a guide to the river's flora.
It definitely has its moments.
Press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4.
No, Barbara's in the grass.
To hear these options again, press 0.
Let's go to 3, I guess.
For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying something that's happening in the dark, press 2. If you are hearing organ music, press 3. To return to the main menu, lucky you. Does it sound like this?
How did he know? Is that just a common thing that you hear while on the river? I mean, that's pretty damn close. That part sounds a little different. But it came back. Right? I didn't realize, my bad. I live on a lake, not the river. I guess I need to go visit the river more. Then it sounds muffled, right? Does this just keep going forever? Or the instruments change? There's like, when I'm under the water, I keep hearing, under the sea. Everything's better where it's a bit wetter under the sea. I feel like this is an actual Western Kentucky area code. I'm gonna try and call this number here in a minute, like in real life. I feel like this goes for forever, so let's hit 0. Or I'm just stuck now. I'm giving my left ear a break. Okay, I think it's over.
Press 1 if that's the music you're hearing. Otherwise, press 2. In that case, I don't know where it's coming from. It's nice though, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Listen to it again.
Oh no. Give me a second. I'm going into I can't pause this so I could share with you guys. I was going to try and call it. This game is the king of just looping you pointless. It absolutely is. Here, I hate to do it to you, man. Cool. Ready to go? Yeah, let's go. Let's just take a minute. All right. Hang on a second, chat. I don't know how well this will work, but
You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
it's real, chat. I've got the extensions. Let's try one of these extensions. 1928.
Of our resources, for different types of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press 2. For insect interactions, press 3. To return to the
We're going to go with bat language for
5.
2.
Many find learning the language of bats to be intimidating, but it's really pretty straightforward.
Really?
The most difficult part is getting your ultrasonic pronunciation right. See, bats have enormous, complex ears. For us, it's more of a struggle. Here, let's try some useful phrases. Repeat after me so you can practice your pronunciation. Here's how you say, I don't know where I am. Okay, here's how you could ask, haven't we met before?
Thanks.
And here's how you say, sorry, I must have left it in the boat. Now, a very useful phrase. It's a shame we didn't record that. Every conversation has to end. So here's how to say, I will write that down in case I forget it later.
I fucking can't, chat.
For different types of water, press 1.
Oh, God, chat. Oh, that is so good. I am sending that phone number to my girlfriend, dude. Every girl I know needs that number for when they have to give someone a phone number, because, like, for the record, right? Give me a second. Let's go back in game really quick. I'll turn off game capture really quick so that we can go to Google 270 area code. I'm pretty sure. Yep, Western Kentucky. North American numbering plan for the Commonwealth of Kentucky's Western and South Central counties. Almost every doctor's office I call is a 270 area code. But it says the Florida Anomaly Investigation Station whenever you call that number. But you're calling Kentucky if you call that number. So someone, whoever made the game, set up a phone number just for that. And this game came out 9 years ago, chat. 9 years ago. And it still works. I feel like Valiant should have been here for that, because that was a thing in Infra, you being able to, like, call numbers from within the game and getting weird responses. That's, like, right up his alley, man. So the more you know, chat. Yeah, let's go. We even called it in real life. We've explored it far enough. So there are moments in this game that make me just go, oh, I love this game. But there are moments in this game where I'm like, ah, this game. Oh. Oh my God, it's my ex-roommate. Hood, book, weird surf shorts. Nailed it. How'd they know? Manual 5.4, context, backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A-1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. That's a problem I've had, and especially streaming. I wanted to go back to the phone really bad and just go through all the options, but you can't. Not for. I would be playing this game for weeks. I guess it could be slippage. Right, you would, yeah. If left unresolved, gear slop can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend motions, and decontextualize gestures. See also sections 1.8, General Troubleshooting, and 5.3, Gesture Context. Let's go with gesture context. 5.3 Gesture Context. All gestures happen in a context. The set of preceding gestures, the overall orientation, and extended variables such as time of day and interior affect angles. That'll do, book. Throws the manual into the river. My savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? I try to stay clear of high voltage these days. Time to put that mammoth out to pasture, Will. Oh, I feel certain she's got a few trips left in her. If only she had more capable surgeons. Sadly, mechanics are in short supply down here. I think the setting is just too romantic. It scares them off. And what brings you down to the Echo tonight? I always end up here eventually. River is like that. Always has been. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you at that far upriver before. I hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah. Have you been there at the Zero? The Bureau has great acoustics. You've got that right. Wow, I could sit in there for hours, just listen to my breath reverberate through the weird architecture. Still, it's always good to be back on the river. I've been traveling this river for more than half of my life, more or less, alone, I think. I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people, and some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. I love that dude's aesthetic. It's just like a gray sweatshirt with orange and green basketball shorts, like short shorts, no shoes on, beard, long hair, grayed. That's who I hope to become when I grow up, chat. When I grow up, I want to look like a bum who works on mammoth robots. There's Will on one side. Sorry, but I like Will more, I think. Sorry, Kate. Your name is spelled weird. Not a fan. Oh, there's Blue. Can I go up? Oh, I think I can go up. I bet she climbs. Or she goes a long ass... What? Well, I guess we're talking to Kate. I must have clicked the wrong thing. How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know, hard on the eyes. It still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close them in public. Your eyes, I mean, people will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. So... something definitely. Peppermint, dried spring agaricus, milk thistle, and dried reishi. Give me a second. Agrosebe Edgerita. That's psilocybin. That's what I thought. It's a psilocybin mushroom. That's a hallucinogenic mushroom. The good kind, not the kind that makes you see unicorns.
Agrosebe gerida.
Agrosebe gerida. Okay. Making sure I get this word right. It's a type of mushroom, too.
Reishi.
Reishi. Okay, I pronounced it right. The more you know, chat. But that Agrosebe must be related to psilocybe, which is potentially hallucinogenic. How far are we from Dogwood Drive? The Echo is dicey tonight. Bad luck for you. Expect waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo Mel shop, but we may need to spend some time on the indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? Not okay. I'm tired of this. And there's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage to pick up, and a few favors to execute, all dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. I hope you enjoy your trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities, fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, and a video room. There are some pretty interesting tapes down there. Actually, unusual, I mean, weird. Watch out that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I could take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. You'll get the picture. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going, if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here, just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something, whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road. Haha. And now I'm... Okay, she's going in to check out the VCR, I guess. Let's go talk to Will. I love this mammoth. So cute. It's also a play on Mammoth Cave, right? Singing quietly. For we on mold and whiskey fed. And oh! Wet gears. Wet gears. Probably, who knows? First thing I tried, anyway. Down here by this little blue box, I took all the gears out and dried each one by hand, and then I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend, and you know how it is, don't you? Kate was asking if you need anything from the shop. Hell, I don't know. Scratch ticket? I think she meant like parts or... Ah, I wouldn't know if I did. This game goes back and forth between being like slow to the point and convoluted to the point that it's boring, and then wildly interesting. You just missed one of the funniest fucking things I've ever experienced in any video game ever. The Florida Anomaly Investigation Station phone call, right? Had a phone number with an area code that I recognized as coming from Kentucky. So when the scene finished, I paused the game, called the phone number on my phone. Lo and behold, it's a real fucking phone number. Hey, you missed it, Stead. You should have been here, man. You should have been here. That was some of the funniest shit, the best content I think I ever created in my life. And it was just a 10-second fucking phone call in which I role-played with a fake snake named Barbara. It doesn't respond. It's an automated teller system. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. Well, we're gonna give this phone number another call, but we're not gonna sit through the whole thing just because I already did this once. But you have to hear this, okay? It's got real extensions and everything. Like, they give you extensions in the game, and if you call the extensions, they work.
Hello. You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu of our resources, press 1. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For different types of water, press 1. For the language, the Echo River is best known for its plentiful waters, not their volume, but their diversity. There's surface water, deep water, big water, and small water. Water that moves quickly. Slower water. Water in a cup.
Water in a cup.
The water you know about, the water you don't know about, and the water you only assume exists due to indirect evidence like a rumbling sound behind the rock. Cool water, but also warm, and even warmer. Water that gets things clean. Water that only makes things dirtier. Water's both soft and hard. Water in living bodies. If you come across any other kind of water, be very careful. Call us back and dial extension 0464 just to be safe.
Okay.
For different types of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press 2. For insect interactions, press 3. To return to the main menu, press 5.
Okay, we're going to go to the main menu.
Welcome home. For historical sites.
What was the number? 1046? Oh no, 0464.
Flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4.
That's the one we did originally.
To hear these options again, press 0.
Okay, so we need to put in 04. Uh-oh.
So, you're probably not in any danger, but
Oh, I accidentally pressed the snake one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The extensions do work, but they're hard to put in. You don't know where to put them in. But like there is a detailed how to deal with the snake that you're holding right now. And he's like, please give the snake a name. We'll call her Delilah or something like that. It's wild, dude. The number, if you want to call it, is 1-270-301-5797. But be forewarned, you're in Finland, so it probably got some long distance going on there. So, ever walked through a rolling farmland? Just drove, I guess. Right. Nobody does it unless it's their land to farm. I mean, they'll walk from a barn to a tractor or a tractor to a truck, you know. Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences, and I walked barefoot with the seeds when they were just planted and tilled the earth with my toes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal-gripping toes. It doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud to Zola at the university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls, or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. I left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for ... something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground, then it doesn't anymore, but I prefer the subterranean waters anyway. Kate brings me along, and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash on occasion. I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. Listen to the river stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Well, I'll just keep drawing gears, I guess. Ezra runs up to Shannon. Whoa, slow down. It's slippery on the deck. Do you have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fun. Well, Shannon searches her pockets. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit. The rabbit hole goes deeper. They have a Facebook page, online shop, etc. Damn it, chat. I am never... Okay, Florida Anomaly Investigation Station. Who the fuck is Lightweight? Lightweight is the truth. There's a song on YouTube? Is this a YouTube channel? There's music? What? Okay, I don't want to get muted, so we're gonna move on. Here's their Facebook page, FL Anomaly Investigation Station. Well, I already liked them? What are the chances of that? What are the chances that I had already liked them and didn't remember it? My son was recently informed me that wall people who always have their eyes open don't like us anymore. Just curious if anyone is free tonight to help me move out. The question is now, did this organization get created by the game or just included by the game? When was there's their phone number. When was this? They're in Jacksonville, Florida. They're a law enforcement agency. I need a copyright. Nah, it says 2022. FloridaAnomaly.com. Let's go to their main page. About. I'm looking for a date. Damn, there is no date. I could use the Wayback Machine and do investigation on this, like look into it deeper. I might actually do that. That would be a cool YouTube video. That would be a cool YouTube video, like exploring the Florida Anomaly Investigation Station. Oh, I can talk to Will as him. Okay. You got your battery, small man. Go get some tape. But, okay. Well, fuck you two, I guess. Oh, we can go inside. That's a cool animation. Look at Blue up there. She enjoying herself. That looks like stairs, but I can't take them. Musicians. There are 3 of them now? Sorry, had to belch. 2 Junebug. Really? We were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Serrano opened, his tape machine was broken or something. It got really cosmic. Right, at the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. Tezra, that was fast. Got the batteries? Let's see. Perfect. This one will do. So you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't have to cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. Ezra to Clara, are you playing a concert tonight? I could record that. Yeah, Clara here came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. Haha, it's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville, and then Atlanta, and then over to the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it, and Johnny was moved. Speaking of Serrano, it's his night at the rum colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at the old engine parts about 3 hours ago. Just stepping back. If the Florida Anomaly Investigation Station preceded the game, why is the area code for a Florida investigation agency a Kentucky area code? That just occurred to me. There must be a deeper tie between the two. 3 hours goes fast in the rum colony, ma'am. I bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. Nah, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't you give the tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Where's the cat? Oh, there he is. Hey, kitty. I could do this all night. Oh, okay, you just you just press A again and it changes the sound. Okay. Why does Conway now... Why is he missing an arm now? What the absolute hell, dude? You did just have a leg. Now you've lost an arm and a leg? When did that happen? You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Fresh air. Neither can I. Maybe you should slow down. Nah, I'm good. It's just that thing about... What was it? When you walk through a door? When you go into a kitchen for something, and as soon as you pass from room to another, you forget what you wanted? You have to walk back out just to remember, like you left part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if you could follow that brain crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Cranes his neck over the railing. Looks cold down there, and dark. You weren't in the cabin long. Get any sleep? Just resting my eyes for a minute. I had a weird dream. Yeah, that's when you get the strangest dreams, when you nod off, right? Just kind of dip your toes into sleep and some weird image floats by and takes a nibble. Leans over the railing and looks at the river below. There's all kinds of trash down there. It does look cold, doesn't it? Yeah. Better keep that kid away from the edge. A person could easily fall in. He's been exploring. Should I be worried? I'm fine. I was talking about Ezra. Sure you are. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, I'll ask it. One question. Thought you didn't drink. Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, and then I didn't, and then I did again. That's how it always goes. I drift out, finally wind up back at Lisette's with my head between my legs, saying never again, 15 months, this last time. I think I hung on because I knew there wouldn't for much longer be anywhere to go back to. That's a split infinitive. That's why I stumbled over that, because that's a split infinitive. You should say, I knew there wouldn't be for much longer anywhere to go back to. I know it sounds weird, but be is the verb. So, YouTube channel is only 1 month old. Weird, man. One time she picked me up out of a ditch by the road, blackout drunk at dawn. I came around later that night. She'd taken care of me. I told her I didn't deserve it, and she said I didn't have to deserve it. She sounds like a saint. We should all have someone like that. She'll go to the distillery instead. I've got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you've got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. My headphones are trying to die. Ah! I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Come on. Why are you being difficult, headphones? You never give me a hard time. There we go. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. She said, you have an uncanny way of having been in a place at the time the thing happened there. And that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway. Nice of her to say, but it isn't true, though I know just about every story on this river. Most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now, I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that big owl migration pass through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft, or anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, when I was working at the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to the mail drop by the silo of Late Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I'd often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time, a young woman, a small boy, and an old man, whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. Hopefully they can get some parts for the Mammoth. Ezra stayed on the boat and looked around the map room. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny into the gas station. Damn it! I'm gonna break these headphones doing that. I hate chords, by the way, just for the record. Not a fan of chords. Chords are a pain in the ass. We're only on scene 2. It's been an hour or so. It's a gas station, chat. I wonder if it's the first gas station we came to. We cut it loose. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. Too many chords are a pain. I don't mind a few. There is so much connected to my computer at any given moment. So HDMI for this screen, display port for this screen, USB for this webcam, USB for that webcam, USB for that webcam, power for that light, power for this light, power for this light, and the connecting box, power cables going to both of the monitors and then the computer, then the audio interface with an XLR cable out and a USB out the opposite side, USB hub, USB cord for the keyboard. Thankfully, I have a wireless mouse, but to charge it, you have to plug it in. Cord for the controller I'm using, cord for the headphones. It gets to be a lot. But thankfully, controller can be wireless, headphones can be wireless, mouse can be wireless. So I can, like, shrink it down, but yeah, it gets old after a while. The gas station moves around. We cut it close tonight. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. The gas station moves around. Sure, it's not anchored or anything. Could be anywhere up or down the Echo. You just kind of run into it when you need it, or hopefully a little before you need it. Yeah, so it adds up really, really quickly how many chords you have, and I don't mind them in small amounts, but like if I move around on my chair, I often get hung on my headphone cord, and I'll yank it out, which is why I got wireless headphones, because I was so bad with it on the old pair of headphones I had. I shorted them. There's a short in them now. I need to repair it, but I'm lazy. I usually stop here once a night, though, to be honest. I'm not sure it's even the same one. Doesn't have a name or anything, and I never really pay attention to who's behind the counter. Anyway, it's nice to see you two. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. Watching Ezra sprint past. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's got to be past his bedtime or something, right? He's nocturnal. He'd have to be with the company he's keeping. You don't have any of your own. I mean, I'm giving it a second, chat. I don't know what's going on, but it's being a pain in the ass. So, okay, here we go. Probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone is headed to the lake. Be all right. He seems like the type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience. I mean, yeah, he's an alcoholic, obviously. Which god's toe did you step on, Teddy? The internet gods, man. The internet gods are really, really bad to me here lately. But I actually take that back. Sorry, internet gods. The internet gods have been fickle, temperamental, wishy-washy. The internet gods are like, thou shalt have internet. But not now. But no, it's back again. You can have it again. But no, you know, the only phrase I can think of to describe it, I'm not gonna say. But yeah, it's weird. Hey, while you're out there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel is on my tab, charged to the monkey mammoth? Oh, and Will wanted to a scratch ticket, thanks. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. Are you guys there? We good? Better now? Okay. Ooh, scared me. Anyway. Okay, that was just a conversation. Oh, we're going in. Okay, I thought we were going back to the boat already. I'm like, that was... Let's check the attendant. Looking for crystals? Snacks? Why would you assume I'm looking for crystals? We've got them on sale. All kinds of folks come in here looking for crystals. There's a few over there with milky white shocks through the middle, like you caught in a piece of cloud. People seem to like those a lot. There's a lot of random stuff going on this lake. Yep. Popular crystals. Work on the mammoth? I can add it to your tab. I'm a passenger. Oh, you know the tugboat? The Captain Kate said I'd have to remind you. Sure. They're here every night. It's okay. I have one of those faces. Forgettable. Does it bother you? I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city, a real city, Cleveland, Ohio. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels in daylight. I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. This might sound weird for a guy that streams, who kind of, like, if you want to make money at it, you have to rely on being popular, but I'm not really... You know, they say fame and fortune. Just fortune for me, thanks. I feel like there'd be a lot of social obligations if you're famous. Like, you can't go anywhere without having to interact with people. I'm not big on interacting with people. Like, a small group is fine. But, like, if I can't go to a restaurant or anything, like, if I were a Kardashian or some nonsense, not doing it. Well, the money ran out, and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here to Lake Leth and the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And yourself? Sure, something like that. Fortune without fame is difficult, though. That's true, but it's not entirely impossible. And this is a fuck-up example, but think about Jeffrey Epstein. How many people knew who Jeffrey Epstein was before all that crazy shit went down? Super, super rich billionaire, right? Was well known among billionaires. But if you asked the average dude here in Kentucky who he was 5 years ago, they would have no fucking idea. They would have no idea who that dude was. You know, name me some Russian oligarchs. How many do you know? Right? Worth billions and billions of dollars, probably equally as evil, if not more evil. It's doable. It's just rare. Here's the problem, though. Most of the rich people, and this is kind of the point I'm going with this, most of the rich people whom you don't know that aren't famous are evil. I don't know about most, but I'd wager there's a lot of evil rich people. Like, a lot of evil rich people. I'm not saying I want to be evil, but I want to be one of the good rich guys whom nobody really knows. Like Batman, you know? Nobody knows who Batman is. You know? Unfortunately, everybody knows who Bruce Wayne is. Maybe that's why he became the Batman. All the being afraid of bats nonsense. He just wanted to be able to walk into a restaurant without people being like, "Oh, Mr. Wayne." I don't know. I enjoy the company of strangers. They enjoy the company too, as fleeting as it is, sufficient unto itself. We keep all the crystals on that shelf over there. Buy one, get one free, of equal or lesser symmetry. What's this? Crystals? Look at crystals. Crystals are rough, dirty, some are damp. They must have come out of the river. That attendant is a trip. Letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled, he said. I live with dignity. Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a large specimen, examining it for the kind of clouding information the attendant said was so popular. Who knows? Maybe he's onto something. What's sad is Facebook failed to receive that message. I just copied and pasted that to see if it'd go through. It went through everywhere. I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know what's going on with my internet connection today. I'm gonna chill for a second. Thankfully, it's not an intensive video. You know, it's not like you guys don't need it at 120 frames per second or anything. This isn't algae at all. It's decayed plastic bag caught on the rock. Oh, I'm not in the right. Come on. There we go. Who is Norm? To a tenant. Shit, that floodwater washed you halfway up out to sea. I was looking for you down by New Königsberg. Same as usual, but ain't nobody there. The river's deep as an elephant's... Noticing Junebug. Oh, didn't see you there, ma'am. Pardon my language. What elephant? Haha, alright. You're no paper flower, I see that. Extending his hand warmly. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery or something? Enchanted. Repeating it now. I feel a little silly. Enchanted sounds pretty old-fashioned. Is that the kind of gal Loretta is? I guess I don't know. But now I'm double embarrassed. Do I look like her? To be truthful, I couldn't tell you. I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there, I mean. Or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet. I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while, but when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex, or maybe I am her ex? I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back then, there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked... Where did I get personally? I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles. I swear I saw the word personally somewhere in my brain. So here I am. Did it work out with Greta? She left be. I'm sure I can't blame her. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. I wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. I'm sure she'll understand with the weather and all. Nice of you to say so. Well, I guess I'll head back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. My card is full. Oh, no, sorry. That's not what I meant. Actually, I wanted to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date, and I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now, do you think you could maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Okay, here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired, and spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas and that strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Okay, a couple too many adjectives, I think. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. What was that about goofballs? I mean, like, serious inquiries only. Worried about people wasting your time? You might miss out on some really great goofballs. You may be right about that. The thing about the wind is a bit much. Yeah, you're probably right. I wanted to show my poetic side. I'll save that for the date. Why mention your children? Oh, I figured it'll come up somehow. I don't know how people feel about dating with kids. Like I said, it's been a while. Are you proud? Yeah, sure I am. My son is a school teacher and my daughter owns a printing press. Good people, yeah. Maybe I just mentioned it there hoping I'll get asked to brag a little. All right, thanks for your help, ma'am. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm ready to go back to the computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it anyway. This game is a series of conversations you have with strangers in a strange place. What do you think of the other dog we've got on board, Val? Mushroom hunting, huh? I'd like to try my hand at mushroom hunting. I bet I'd be crazy good at it. So, could you fit in the sidecar? What is an app description? I missed something. I bet you would. Oh, the series of conversations with weird people in a strange place? Yeah. I bet you would. We're good company. Maybe we can still talk her into it. That's cute. He's trying to convince her. But the problem is we didn't get the scratch-offs or anything else we needed. I feel like if you had the budget for voiceover work, this game would be better. If you had like really good voice actors to do all the voices, cut out a lot of the text reading, like then when you play with Xanadu, it wouldn't feel so weird because you haven't been scrolling through so much text up to it. In fact, it feels like a neat little divergence, you know, a little distraction within the game where you play a game within the game, but because of how much text you have to go through, Xanadu was not fun to me. That was my least favorite part of the game. But since then, it's been fine. It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow, thank you, ma'am. Hey, could you hold on to it for a minute? I'm going to look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. Well, now I'm robot guy. Junebug and Val, let's hear their conversation. Did my Johnny talk your ear off out here? Big plans for the night? Us? I think we'll just see where the river goes and at what pace. Me and Johnny should probably start looking for a place to stop and recharge for the day. Maybe that'll be the same place the rest of our little one-night crew ends up. Maybe we'll just follow you and Kate and the mammoth for a while. Okay. And then the attendant. Where'd you get these crystals from? Hey man, how's your night? Quiet. Where are you headed? Helping some new friends make a delivery or along for the ride anyway? Just following Junebug. She was in here a minute ago. Okay, yeah. I had a feeling you two might be traveling together. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Do you live nearby? I live here. There's a cot in the back. Nobody ever notices it. Not that I do much sleeping, really, but sometimes I lay on it anyway, just to keep in shape. Well, let me know if I can help you find anything. Glory, it is good to be among friends. Suit yourself. What are you so excited about? Wow, I should take a page out of your book, man. I'd give you any advice I could, little guy, but I think the most important thing I can say is, solemnly, Glory, it is good to be among friends. Helps to keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me, tonight particularly so. It's my birthday. I'm 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm gonna tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice floe. They are occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way from who knows where to who knows where. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, when that lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearings as best I could, and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. Well, when I reached back out, I couldn't find that cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy, totally adrift, and it was dark. I started counting time and apples eaten, drifting in despair for 4 apples. Then I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally, I came to accept my fate, lost at sea, and this phase, I think, would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me feeling around in an empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by the time and probably unappetizingly brown. Nope, that was it. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a trickle on my upper lip. It hatched. Right then. Couldn't have been a moment later, or I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested with the damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that could have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it, and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact, but I waited, out of mercy. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? A gross insect child, but still a child, right? Born into darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boat, and never would be. No other flies to welcome him into the world. I mean, no fly culture, no fly society, no fly history. A true orphan. I started to get depressed just thinking about it, worked out of a thick tear. I'm not ashamed to say, well, that fly landed on my cheek, right under my left eye, right on that salty teardrop, and then, blinding glory, his ass lit up like a candle. That wasn't a fly, buddy. That was a damn lightning bug. So that's how I come here today with you folks, only because I found my way out of that strange river cave by the dim lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Glory, it is good to be among friends. That's a cool fucking story. I like that. I don't know why, but I like that story. My throat, man. Johnny, that guy's a trip. That gas station attendant, did you talk to him? It's funny. He actually reminds me of a frog we had for a bit. That frog you had? I'd like to think he was a part of the family, you know? Okay, so how does this gas station attendant remind you of a frog? Oh, wait, no. He seemed like a cat to me, the attendant. I feel that. Oh, yeah, I could see that too. Aloof, but strangely chatty. Maybe we should pick up another one. A frog or a cat or an iguana or something. Feeling lonely, Cricket? Not exactly. He is. Not like that guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him, static like a rock. But you and me both together, I mean, we're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other, you know, free. We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. I'm not lonely, just curious. With another person to play with, what else could we be? You may be right, Cricket. You really think so? Wow. I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. Are we moving? Okay. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. That doesn't make sense, but okay. The old shop's name has been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago, and the only trace of it now is the grade frame of an old sign behind a new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman, and then below, smaller, no specimen too exotic, no arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by a reclusive ex-convict named Judah. It's just more interesting. Very little is known about him. His crime is generally assumed to be violent and otherwise gruesome in detail, though of course that's all speculation and probably comes from his association with the taxidermy business. Even though he never so much as skins a squirrel, he's more like a silent partner. I guess those are the ones you're supposed to keep an eye on. But Judah is old and keeps to himself, and the consensus seems to be that he's paid his debt to society, whatever debt that may be. I like the idea that it was like tax evasion. Taxidermist, tax evasion. It's all coming together, chat. Shannon followed the other travelers ashore to a drowsy beachside bar called the Rum Colony. Nah, Shannon retreated to the TV room to browse the memes. I want to see the video collection. I'm curious about this. The VCR. It was mentioned earlier. There is sort of a choose your own story here. I probably could have gone to the bar and it would be an interesting new place. The problem is, how much dialogue is there at the new bar? Where if it's just me and a TV, watch this actually be a little more. Oh, look at the cat. It's just the obscure shape of a cat. Also, they're important to her. TVs, old electronics. Look at all those tapes. Holy. The shelves are full of dusty tapes. Some have been relabeled several times, the stickers piling up thick on their spines. Birds, funeral thing, weather. I don't know how old you are, Soups, but it used to be when you had VCR and VHS tapes, what you could do is if you had a movie that you didn't like, so like, I don't know, you had a documentary on flies, just comes to mind. You don't much care for it. You could literally just go get a piece of packaging tape and put over this notch that was in the tape, and it would make it recordable. There were also different qualities. There was like extended play, long play. I remember the VCR and VHS, but only from my childhood. Yeah, so a lot of my favorite movies when I was a kid was on VHS. In fact, some of the best movies I own right now are VHS tapes somewhere in a box. An elderly couple sit on folding chairs in the middle of the TV studio, undecorated except for a funeral lily in a thin blue vase on the table. The lights are a bit too dim to make out their features. She reads from a newspaper with unhurried efficiency. Gloria B. of Munfordville passed away on Monday at her residence. Survivors include her children, Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and Bobby. Poor Bobby isn't named after a place. Of all of Munfordville. A memorial service will be held at 7 p.m. Thursday at Hatton Huffman Funeral Home in Munfordville, with cremation to follow. Like, I wouldn't have known details, but I remember playing with the tapes and having a collection of kids' movies on them. Yeah, the later generations also were real bad to just stick random shit in the VCR. My landlord's children, when they lived in this house, shoved a peanut butter and jelly sandwich into a VCR because it was the correct size. They didn't know, you know. She never knew Gloria. He thinks he may have heard her name, wondering aloud if she ever worked at the cafe down there at Munfordville. The woman who ran that place was called Gloria, or maybe still is. Very repetitive. They take a call, someone who knew Gloria, if not very well. The caller once installed a satellite dish at Gloria's house, a 900 square foot ranch-style home on 2 acres of dead end backed by weeds and pine. When the caller mounted the ladder up to Gloria's roof, she slid open her window and tugged urgently at his pant leg. He followed her gaze behind the house to 2 wild turkeys picking through the weeds. Gloria and the caller watched silent and still as the huge birds foraged obliviously into the trees. Then he installed the satellite dish. Weird. I never did that, but I did mess around with the opening to see what was inside. Yeah, I've definitely taken VCRs and VHS players apart. I was always the kind of kid who would wanted to know how stuff worked. I was too. I get that. I can empathize with that a lot. Shannon combs through the video archive. Birds, question, art thing, weather. Question. They need one of these that as soon as you put it in, you hear a bow chicka bow bow chicka chicka bow chicka bow chicka bow bow chicka 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 chicka. I have come to fix your dryer. Thank you. I've been stuck in here for forever. It's not delivery, it's a porno. That's awful hum. Seems to start before Shannon even hits play. Then there's a familiar room. There are blank gray walls marked with tape and school desks, and this time she notices a few more details. The murky carpet is standing water, some video equipment stashed in the corner, a row of lockers. Oh, this is where the other girl shows up, I bet. And there's Weaver, looking serenely at the camera as before. She starts speaking and, as before, there's no sound but that hum. Shannon finds Weaver's words coming back to her as they appear in the captions on the screen. Mel, school, and these magnificent, tragic horses. Go underground as deep as you can go. The air is cool and the earth is damp, and when you close your eyes, you are surrounded by the dead. Remember where that is? You'll find your way from there. I think this place is what you're looking for. Some of it will wash away soon, but I think you'll be happy here, even without the Mel, school. And text repeats for a few minutes, and Shannon stops the tape. Let's go to the main deck. I love the animation of this scene, how it's like half cut away. It's pretty neat. Kate and Will. No, it was only a few notes, slow and sad, like funeral music, you know? I don't remember it being sad, just simple and unburdened. Maybe that's what funeral music sounds like, unburdened. Oh, hello. Kate and I were just trying to remember the mammoth song, but neither of us have heard it in years. Will just found the mechanism. In the mammoth's belly, hidden in gritty, matted fur, ha! It's like a big music box, a slowly spinning cylinder covered in metal pins that pluck her dulcet guts and pump the bellows in her bowels. Some of the pins are rusted and worn away, easy to replace if we can ever remember what the notes were. Did I hear you browsing the archive next door? Find anything good? I found something pretty unsettling, actually. Oh dear. I don't even know what half of those tapes are. What's on half those tapes anymore. They used to all be movies and that kind of stuff. I like nature documentaries especially. Some people left home movies or little art videos they'd made. But that damned VCR devours anything you leave in it. It just switches into record mode at random. I think it picks up whatever's coming in over the antenna, or... Of course, the only station we get down here is WEVP, community television, you know. They've got that show with the gentleman playing banjo in his birthday suit. I'm sure you've seen it. Yeah, it does. It gives you a really... Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. Skeletal, almost. Like this skeletal silhouette that changes as you move through the ship. It's pretty cool. Oh yes, if there's no tape in the machine when it tries to start recording, it makes this awful sound, like putting a squeaky toy in the food processor. I can hear it above deck. Awful. That's why I put the sign up, please do not rewind after watching. At least that way, nothing ever gets taped over anymore. Where's the station with... I don't know. Will? I don't know. I guess I never thought of it. It must be nearby, right? It's community television. Dashiell would know. Yes! You should meet Dashiell. He did a lot of volunteer work for WEVB in the early days, wiring up antennas and relay stuff like that. I think you two would have a lot to talk about. He works at the telephone exchange. No, I'm afraid he's been let go. Oh yeah, that's odd. He still takes the ferry to work every day. I'm sure he's at the telephone exchange right now. In fact, I dropped him there a few hours ago. We're stopping at the telephone exchange again shortly to deliver their mail and pick up their trash. You should go ashore. I accidentally hit A little too early, so I missed the latter half of that statement, but it's fine. All right, tell us some more weird stories. I really miss a chance to lounge on the beach around the rum colony, and I do enjoy a drink, though I don't find their signature liquor suits me. But this time, I elected to stay aboard and shoot the breeze with Kate over some mineral water. Still, I heard reports. I heard the old man went a little deeper in his cups. Ezra told me about the dark corners. Junebug missed an appointment, but didn't seem perturbed. Told me about the dark corners. See, that beach is lit by a congregation of amber torches stuck in the sand. They mix the torch fuel with citronella oil. It keeps the bugs away, which keeps the bats away. But the light doesn't fall very far from the flame. The rest of the shadows and sandy shores, and that's the part Ezra wanted to tell me about. He said he found treasure. I knew better than to pry. Damn, I want to know about the treasure. I would have pried. I thought that was going to lead to a cool thing, but... C'est la vie. I'd like to run a D&D game, like a role-playing game with chat sometime. I think that'd be fun. Oh, if we're talking about the rum colony, I should tell you about Patch. He's a bartender, general manager, creative director. I guess that means he books the music. He's pretty much run the place for the last 7 years. A lot of folks assume he owns it, but that is not the case. The rum colony is owned by a dead man named Vernon. Technically, it would have been owned by the power company, who once bought a sizable interest from Vernon as part of the state-sponsored investment program, but a clause in that arrangement requires them to keep their hands off the day-to-day and most of the profits so long as Vernon walks this earth. The upshot of all this is that nobody came forth to identify the body. Patch is a good guy, though, kind, trustworthy, and he mixes a strong Mai Tai, if that's your thing. It's weird, my mouth has a hard time keeping up with my reading speed. I'm not that fast of a reader, but I stumble a lot because I'm reading ahead of what I'm saying. Valkyrie and Blue lounged below deck. Clara, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by telephone. We had a lot of fun with the last phone, so... Old man must have got drunk. He's got a damn... I forgot what they're called. I guess we're going to be here for a minute. Looks like they have a few calls to make. Ezra, I should probably call someone too. Oh, yeah? Who are you calling? I should call Julian. Oh, wow. He's got a phone up there? I bet they all share a phone, right? All the birds, the big bird phone up in the sky? Yep, that's what they call it. Makes sense. Well, guess I'll head back aboard. I might see if I can find any of the good stuff stashed in the, maybe in the spice cabinet, maybe in the medicine cabinet. Haha. That's where it belongs. Alcohol? Hell, who am I talking to? Don't listen to me, kid. I'll see you in a few. He just jumped in the drink? Did you see Shannon? She's like, oh my god, this fucking moron. Ah, that's such great body language. She literally just goes, Jesus Christ. This guy is drunk swimming to the boat. Holy shit. You have 23 new messages.
I remember going to a house in a rustic county, Maine. I was 2. We were moving, and we were driving up in a white Nissan station wagon with faux wood paneling. And it was the first time that I'd seen the house that I was going to live in for the next 7 years.
Sorry. I want to make sure you guys can hear it because it's quiet.
Being washed in the bathroom sink. I was just parking my car. I had to parallel park it. The street that I live on was full, but there was a nice. But it just got cold today for like the first time in a long time. So I had the heat on. And whenever you have the heat on in an old car, it definitely smells a certain way. It smells kind of like
there's definitely a bear.
You can like smell that it's hot, and you can feel it too. But the smell that it is like from the car itself, like from the engine. And there's been a lot of smoking going on in that car, so it's not exactly a pleasant smell, but it's definitely strong and it's definitely there. And with the windows down, you can also smell that it's cold. So you get both. And that feeling together is super familiar if you've been in old cars a lot. Anyway, I was parking and I had to go in and out about it like 3 times, but when I finally finished parking, it was perfect. So both wheels against the curb, and that's when I had like the double memory. When I first learned how to drive, my mom taught me how to parallel park. She told me the story about when her dad, who was a motorcycle cop, taught her how to parallel park. And every time she parallel parked, he would take out a dime, and if he could fit the dime between the wheel of her car and the curb of the street, then she had to do it again.
No, that's a bad way to parallel
She
park.
didn't do that for me, but every time that I got upset about having to do it again, she would tell me that at least I didn't have to be a dime.
Unless, I guess it's the breadth of the dime, it should be okay.
I learned how to drive in the fall, and I got that snow a lot during that time. And I don't know when my mom learned to drive.
Yeah, so the thing is, for anybody that parallel parks, if you're on a flat surface, it's okay. But as a general rule, especially where I live because of how hilly it is, if you are parked uphill, you turn the wheel away from the curb. That way, if something fails and it starts to roll, it rolls back into the curb. So it's okay to be a dime away on your rear tire, although trying to get that close, you might strike the edge of the tire, and I have blown tires this way. It was actually a slow leak, but still, it sucked. I had to use Fix-A-Flat, and then it was a company car too, so they had to replace the tire, and they were pissed. But anyway, you want it so that when you turn the wheel, it rests gently on or just a tiny, tiny bit away from that curb, because if it has too much room to roll when the wheel is turned and it rolls back onto the curb, it will go over the curb if it's got enough momentum. So you want it close enough that it can't build momentum, but not so close that it actually presses into the tire, because that can create a weak spot on the tire, especially if it sits like that for a while. So if you're uphill, away, if you're downhill, toward, so that you always roll into the curb. I've never lived in a place where I had to parallel park on a flat spot that I can remember, really. Although I guess the doctor appointments for my sister when I drop her off. But yeah, getting that close is a really, really good way to damage your tires. Just saying that. Also, is it too quiet? Because, not me, but that, because it's really quiet for me. Like, it's hard for me to hear what they're saying.
Oh, probably going to school.
Here, there is something I can do. Give me a second. Go into filters. I do have a compressor. I would like to duplicate. No. Wait. Oh, I put filters on the wrong thing. Desktop audio. Yeah, the game volume is quite low. Well, I have it maxed out right now. I know that sounds weird, but I do. It's actually just genuinely quiet as hell. And it's okay if you don't have to really hear anything, but you can tell this is maxed out. And then volume mixer, it's all the way up. That's as loud as it goes. That's probably still there, I bet. Yeah, it is. Close that. But what I can do to help you guys out is I can add a filter to the desktop audio, add gain, I guess, just a little bit of gain. It might distort it a little bit, but I can bump it up about 5 decibels. We'll start there. Remind me to turn it off, but let's see if that makes it easier for you to hear. It won't help me, but it'll help you guys, hopefully.
I can't sleep because the trees are scraping against my window, and it reminds me of a tongue scraping against my skin.
Is that better? Should I bring it up another like 5 decibels? Okay. Because it looks like I'm right on the edge of green into yellow. I'm right on the edge where it would... Good thing I understand how audio works, but... I wish I had a Go XLR so I could actually see my levels. That'd be nice.
What?
Oh, okay. Well, I can fix that. We'll bring it up 10.
I'm about to cross an ocean. And I worry about my dog. Can't sleep anywhere near a place. The gas is sold. Not when it's being sold, but when it's not being sold. It was tough to hold on to this thing, but yeah, my hands are pretty damp.
Barbara strikes again.
I remember the number 10 in a flashcard with a turkey on it. It had a yellow background.
The frogs are too loud.
Not a whole lot. I guess I was walking. I was in a stroller in Treetop Park in Florida. My mother accidentally pushed me into a spider web. And I freaked out a lot. I think that's the first thing I remember.
I have an idea. Let me see. This might make it too loud, so I'm gonna drop the gain back down a little bit. But now maybe I can hear it. No, we don't need captions.
We were sent for. I keep hearing these noises whenever I close my eyes. It's like bells ringing. But the bells aren't metal bells or ceramic bells. They're kind of bells like normally hear. They're like this weird. I can't even describe the material. It's just resonant. Just ringing resonant. And as soon as I open my eyes again, there's nothing.
I remember driving across an old dirt road.
Dude, there are so many of these, chat.
My birthday party at McDonald's in Hawaii. I got a toy that I didn't like. I broke it.
I think they're trying to talk to the bats.
Getting caught next in the jungle trip. I was crying so that monster truck rallies at my parents to take me out. And they missed it. One of those two.
I think I'm gonna move on because this is so quiet for me. I wish I could bump up. I wish I could add gain to my output. I can with voice meter, but I'm not doing all that.
Seriously? Whether I wear boots or sneakers, my feet always feel damp. Cold and damp.
I can't help myself.
I was hoping that you'd be able to tell me why I can't sleep. It seems like it's been a long time, and it seems like it's been it's time to sleep now.
I can make a recommendation if you guys ever have trouble with sleep. It's something I can't do, but that will help you a lot. Yes. Okay, cool. I'm going to keep the volume up because it's a quiet game. Don't you go diving in too. It's actually really cold and kind of dangerous. Did he say where he was going? He's looking for the good stuff. I see. Still thirsty. Kate keeps some diet soda in the broom closet, but you didn't hear it from me. It's next to the bleach. Bring in the flashlight. Oh my God. If you get them mixed up, you're going to have a bad day. Oh no, I don't think that's what he's looking for. So any important messages? Every single one. To Ezra. Where are you headed tonight, small man? I'm looking for my family. Looking for a new family or a family you lost track of? A new family, I think. I don't know. We met Ezra earlier tonight, and he's been very helpful. I'm hoping we can return the favor once we get back above ground. Poor kid was sleeping at the bus station and just lost track of his folks. He'll be all right. He's more at home here down here than any of us. Trust me. I have an eye for it. All right, hang on a second, chat. Let's see what happens here. Okay, thanks for calling. All right. I totally did that on accident. I said, I'm going to go use the restroom and get something to drink. I'm totally thirsty. Apologies for the delay, chat. Let us continue. I wonder how much of this game I can get through today. Kate, how are you feeling? I hope I didn't wake you up. No, I can't really get comfortable enough to sleep anymore except in the car. Oh, not driving in the passenger seat, reclined. Eric drove me around the reservoir this afternoon and I got an hour or two in. I couldn't get settled in bed, so I was just watching TV, some cooking show about high-concept junk food, and everyone in my high school chemistry class was there making cupcakes out of old bicycle parts. I think I might have dozed off a bit, actually. Honestly, this baby can come out whenever he wants. I'm completely over it. Don't rush it. Try to get some rest. Don't rush it. Just try to get some rest. That's what Eric says. Haha. I guess it'll happen when it happens. I mean, obviously, the phone line makes a horrible sound. Oh, God, the phone's down here. Such a mess. Hey, Kate, I really appreciate you checking in. I have a pager number, and so Eric just, in case I'm, too distracted or whatever, I'll let you go. I should try to eat something. Reishi will help you with your joint pain. Try some of that lichen oil I left just to help settle your stomach. Munch on a bitter hedgehog cap. That should relieve some of your intestinal discomfort. Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll just chew on some ice. Talk to you soon, Kate. Hopefully. Okay, whose phone number is it now? Did I mention I'm a birth doula? Wow, how does that fit with being a tugboat captain? Some women choose to come to labor on the boat, actually. Kind of makes sense. I came into this world because of a boat. For the rest, I have a backup, just in case I can't get back to dry land in time. I've been lucky and only had to lean on her a handful of times out of several hundred births. You'd never believe how many people are just born all the time. Is everything okay? Everything's great. Sounds like she's ready. Some women just know. It's amazing. Others are caught totally by surprise. Your friend went back aboard? He's been drinking a bit. Oh, I should have pointed him toward the head. Oh God, that's a good point. I was going to say something, but I've already forgotten. Oh, I remember now. I'm glad you phoned. I was just thinking of you. So, there was a tour aboard my father's naval vessel on... Give me a second. I'll just say sometime in spring of '88. So, my mom goes aboard this vessel, and she's like 8 months pregnant. And she spends a day, and apparently I was kicking like crazy. Basically, I was the next Mike Tyson. I was just like, bow, pancreas, bow, intestines, bow, stomach, heart, stomach, intestines. And the very next day, my mom gave birth to me. I was born 3 weeks early. From beginning to end, it took her 45 minutes to have me. And I was the first baby that the ambulance driver had ever delivered. If I remember right, Mom was driving to the hospital, and they stopped on the corner of a street, on a street corner, because there was an ambulance there, and they asked the guy for help, and he delivered me, and I was his first baby. And they have a scoring system for babies, right? How healthy they are, and he gave me a perfect score because I was the first baby he ever delivered. He's like, by God, my first baby's gonna be perfect. He was so proud of himself. So I was literally a perfect baby, medically and legally. Take that, chat. Sorry I didn't call last week. I've been traveling constantly. You sitting by the phone waiting for my call? That's so nice. I was eating an early lunch, actually, and my mind was wandering. I visited the hospital yesterday. I went to visit Uncle Andreas, but they moved him. Now he's in a hospice care facility run by some old Polish nun. Everyone says it's very nice. I asked him about visiting, and they said he didn't want any visitors. He's just being stubborn. Yes, it's typical Andreas. I was thinking maybe if you came to visit, he would love to see you. All those afternoons you two would drink beers by the river. Don't you think it would mean a lot to him if you could say goodbye to you in person? Oh, Nadia, I'd never make it back in time anyway. You must take him at his word. It's true, you're a long way from home, Clara. I suppose it can't be helped. Oh, here's Mother at the door. We're going to try again to see him. I hope the tour is going well. Love you. Be careful. She should go see her Uncle Andreas, man. My sister, back home, she's very depressed to me this morning. My Uncle Andreas is terminally ill and refusing visitors, and Nadia is making a stir about it. Doesn't bother you that your uncle is refusing visitors? He's a bear of a man. Wild animals, it's what they do. When it's time to die, they wander off into the forest alone. That's kind of true. No, I said it wrong. They don't wander. They make a pilgrimage. We must always take the dying at their word. Their motivations are beyond our understanding. The older man, he's swimming back to the mammoth. No emergency, I hope. He's looking for the toilet. I hope there's paper. It's been a busy night. He's writing a letter? Hadn't heard that euphemism. Must be Lithuanian. Brandon approaches. I don't suppose any of you folks are headed past the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Not on this run, but we'll be coming back this way in a few hours. Well, I may still be here then. It's no big deal. I'll just hang out and read or something until it's time to head back to work. Hey, you folks are traveling with an old guy, right? With the leg? Is he okay? I saw him earlier tonight. He came by the storage facility for some files. He totally bit it on the staircase. He's okay, right? I think so. I don't know him too well. He's a passenger. Sure, he's been drinking a bit. I know how he is. He just seems preoccupied to me. Yeah, I got that feeling too. Back at the storage facility, he was asking a lot of weird questions. He seemed distracted, like, spiritually. Well, have a good night, or a morning, almost. I wish I could just deliver this package. We've totally lost track of the I don't even know where the truck is anymore. Did he take the package from the truck? That's right there. That right there is Ratcliffe Monuments. If you ever need a headstone carved for a loved one, I mean. Violet Ratliff, never married. Nevertheless, bore 6 children: Earl, Kelly, Barb, Ron, young Earl, and Beauty. And for each birth, she locked the doors of Ratliff Monuments for only one day, even with young Earl, when she was in labor for 36 hours. Yikes. Well, that's what folks said, and I met her, and I believed them. She had the unyielding disposition of a cliffside. None of Violet's children had any desire to go into monument making. That's a good point. What do you think it is? Him? That's a possibility. That's an interesting idea. Yes, time well spent. Fancier video comparison working. Time uploading changes to the website. That's cool, man. Here, let me pull this audio back down a little bit. Go back to where I was before, because this is much louder. None of Violet. Alright. Beauty thought it was a bit ghoulish. There's some truth in that. Very little demand for monuments to the living, after all. The run of the shop fell at last to young Earl, the only Ratliff still at home when his mother finally passed at 82, and who then had the honor of engraving her headstone. He's done well, for the most part. Don't forget to update me on Discord, man, so I can check it out. The shop was damaged in flood several years ago. His craftsmanship has suffered over time. It's his hand, cut and bruised by misstrokes, shaken apart from the inside too. He learned from Violet, when striking a block of stone with the mallet and chisel, to absorb the extra sharp right into his bones so as to keep the apparatus straight and carve a perfect line. He spends his time outside work just caring for his hands, soaking his bones in salt water, doing little exercises and stretches. It won't improve the straightness of his marks, but it might put off the day he finds himself unable to carve a line at all, scribbling on rocks like his ancestors. That's the day he has nightmares about. He dreads it like death, though it makes no distinction between the two. Ezra taught us a card game. Shannon, Ezra, the old man, and I stopped. at the Radvansky Center to make some quick cash. The cash might save him from his job, but let's go with card game instead. Act 4, Scene 5. The Mucky Mammoth. I know there's a lot of places I could explore, which is interesting. But I'm more curious about the ultimate destination than I am the stops along the way. Clara draws a card. 3 deep breaths, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours. Kate draws a card. 7 blue petals, 3 deep breaths, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours. To Kate. What are you listening to? Oh, just this tape a friend of mine sent me. They live in the desert. Vekinsk? That's a weird... Vesinks? Something like that. Sounds good on the Mammoth's PA. Yeah, that's the only way I listen to anything lately. To Ezra. Your turn, buddy. Ezra draws a card. 9 gray feathers, 7 blue petals, 3 deep breaths, 8 white doves, 5 slow hours. 9 gray feathers, 7 blue petals, 3 white doves. 8 deep breaths, 5 slow hours. I don't know what we're doing. Will draws a card. 9 gray feathers. Stay focused. No, I've got it. 7 blue petals. 5... Oh no, it was 9, 7, 3, 3 deep breaths. This game is more difficult than it sounds, my friend. You have to memorize, I guess. You studied pretty good. And we're only how many cards in now? 5 or something? I assume it will go to 52? Yeah, it's the whole deck. It goes until everyone forgets a card. That could go on a long time then. Well, not with this crowd, I guess. We're all too soggy-brained. I know I am. I even take homemade supplements for it. Shade-grown lichen boiled with the peel of the lemon, then frozen and crushed with oak leaves. It's a scalp massage oil. You can smell it if you get close. It drives the brain out a bit, which is helpful for good memory, if I can remember to use it often enough in the first place. Oh, don't worry, the soggy brain has its benefits too. If your brain is soft and damp, new ideas can make a clear impression like a boot in wet sand, but like wet sand, it is easily muddied and washed away. So there's a trade-off, see? It's a shame we can't have it both ways, isn't it? What's this game called, Ezra? Forgetting game. Kate likes to give her passengers the opportunity to make some floating around money. And that lab pays cash in small envelopes upon completion of their little gauntlet of non-invasive tests. It's a project at the university. I think they're studying, I don't remember. The Mammoth also collects their trash, mostly shredded paper, though Kate says once they left half a vending machine on the dock. But nobody seemed too interested in the lab stop that night. They stayed aboard and played a card game. I read a book. Let me tell you about it. I love the Pacific Northwest, but I'm going to go with castle. It's much more interesting. It takes place in a castle. Some historic landmark being maintained by a bunch of college kids and aging social misfits. Should have went with the Northwest. The main characters work in a gift shop. They're co-workers, Mimi and Jen. Mimi is older than Jen, but they seem to be at the same point in their lives. They like their work. They have a playful, antagonistic relationship with their boss. I actually only read a bit from the middle. Jen reminisces about a cat she'd lost track of. It's a sweet and uncomplicated passage. Human affection for animals is a good model for pure compassion. If my life's work as the Echo River's premier anecdotalist, I've always found that carefully exerted moment is more powerful than any epic history. That's my excuse anyway, for reading books from the inside out. So I stopped there. My eyelids were getting heavy. We were headed back to the lake in a chance encounter with the Iron Pariah. Iron Pariah is a great phrase. I love that. Iron Pariah? Just, it's like cellar door. It's one of those phrases that just, it rolls off the tongue a certain way. Be cool if I could control the ship a bit, but... We're gonna crash. Maybe? Oh, there's a forest down here? I took a nap. Ezra helped Kate forage for mushrooms. Yeah, let's do it. I'm down. We can go into the forest for a bit. That's okay. Act 4, Scene 6. A grove. Bohemian Grove? We worshipping the owl god? She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first one. She trembled, sweating a little under the heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 25 feet of the hospital entrance. Kate generally rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from the underside. She holds it up for Ezra to... No, I like this one. She stood by a hot dog cart, parked at the edge of the sidewalk. Kate gently rolls a falling branch and plucks something white from the underside. She holds it up to Ezra to examine. Pluricibella porogens. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate, springy texture, and they're tasty, like sweet moss. Would you like a bite? Second try. I'm gonna go with sweet moss. Doesn't sound tasty. It just seems more in his character. Personally, I like to be able to tell where my food came from by flavor alone. I like to taste my surroundings. I mean, keeps me connected to the whole thing. Foraging for mushrooms is cool, by the way. There are thousands of varieties of mushrooms around where I live. So foraging can be fun, but always wear gloves. Always be careful because there are definitely poisonous ones. Bring them home and then start looking them up, figuring out what they are. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your erudition. The more you know about them, the less you're sure you feel about identifying them. That's true. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guidebook. Kate points to a small mushroom growing in the dark. Oh, here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see the sort of greenish pallor to the cap? Amanita phalloides. Amanita phalloides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom, and phalloides means, never mind. You cannot eat this one. Amanita muscaria. I don't know phalloids, but Amanita muscaria is the bad kind of hallucinations, not the fun kind. It really is. Oh, there's a unicorn going down the street. Why is he talking to me? Smells like honey. Yeah. Sort of nauseating though, right? Sickly sweet. Death cap. That's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's revolutionary. Okay, so muscaria is hallucinogenic. Phalloids will kill you. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. I agree with that. I agree. Mushrooms are very, very interesting. There's a guy named Paul Stamets, really, really into mushrooms. He believes that they're the foundation of like the entire food chain and essential to life on the planet. Really interesting. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for, actually, just grab any mushroom that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done, and we'll see what you've got. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay? You have to be careful, though. There are some that you don't want to touch. Kate examines some tree roots. This is where you'd find psilocybe. She spots a couple of intriguing growths along the roots of the tree, a speckled white ball, a cluster of softly glowing amber caps. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job, she thought, to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside the hospital. Kate examines the glowing amber caps. The mushrooms are slick, sticky to the touch, like they're covered in smoldering honey. Kate cuts the bundle of mushrooms from the tree roots and puts them in her bag. Let's go. Ezra investigates rotting stump. This is where you'd find psilocybin. I'm trying to get them the good mushrooms. The stump is ringed with overlapping shelves of mushrooms, striped brown, blue, gray, white. A caterpillar crawls along them. The blue is intriguing. He didn't like to play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night, then slowly discharge it into his bones during the day while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. He didn't have any friends nearby. None of their new neighbors seemed to have children his age, so he played alone in the woods, alone except for the deer. Inspects the mushrooms. Smells spicy, sweet, mild, like how Ezra expected his father's tobacco to taste when he hastily chewed and swallowed a noxious fistful and spent the afternoon retching in secret. He heard someone calling his name, probably his mother, but her voice didn't sound right through the trees. He kept going. Yeah. Ezra tears off a piece of the mushroom and puts it in his bag. Ezra pokes around the base of the cypress tree. Let's go here. Kate kneels in the grass. She parts the grass with her garden knife, studiously combing the ground. Had she ever tried any alternative medicines, acupuncture, homeopathy, Ayurveda? I don't actually know that one. Magical thinking. She said she never heard of any of those things. He fished a stray hot dog out of his pickle jar. There are no mushrooms in the grass. Kate tries to wipe some mud off her boot. Oh, you got one? Let's see it. Ezra hands Kate a striped mushroom that he took from the tree stump. Oh, great. This is called turkey tail. Delicious and good for the immune system. I just found this one. Kate takes a bundle of amber caps out of the bag. These ones are really cool. See how they kind of glow a little? It's not enough to find your way in the dark or anything, but still pretty amazing. Anyway, I make tea out of them. Pretty good for headaches. Kate puts the mushroom back in her bag. Ezra pokes around the base of a cypress tree. A brownish clump of mushrooms feathers out from the base of the cypress tree. A few feet above, several pale blue puffs cling to the trunk. The woods are full of deer. His dad said deer liked best to live in the edges of forests. Recently developed in an area had created a lot of fresh edges, so they massed here and sometimes ran into the road. Ezra crouches to get a closer look at the brownish clump. The mushrooms look dried out and brittle, almost like tree bark. He heard strange, gruff voices back in the direction of the house and something that sounded like a choked sob or a sharp rebuke. He kept going. Ezra tears off a piece of the mushroom and puts it in his bag. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. He tripped on a protruding root and lay for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of the sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of faraway thunderstorm, then louder, closer. His hair stood on end, and there was the bird. So, what do your parents do for work? I mean, you have a brother out there? What do your parents do for work? I mean, my dad used to sell windows. People were building a lot of new houses and they needed a lot of windows, but then they stopped building houses. My mom worked at the bakery and a bar. Sometimes she would see the same people in the morning and the evening. The bakery closed and she doesn't work at the bar anymore, but she still goes there a lot to see her friends. Do you have family? Almost had a baby once. I learned a lot about difficult pregnancies at least, so now I can help other women. I got very sick and the only thing that helped me was a funny looking mushroom called collared earth star. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, that's not really true. Just about everyone who sets foot aboard the Monkey Mammoth feels like family to me now. I guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. These are the only trees in this whole cave. Who planted them here? What's this island for? It looks like someone made it on purpose. Right, not many trees down here in the dark. I know these are some kind of cypress, and they were definitely planted here deliberately by someone who... I guess I don't know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something. Will would know more. Months later, she came across a book of homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling, spiritual even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes, never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society and began a study in earnest the medicinal use of fungi. I wonder if that's a thing. Sorry, it's a mystery. Ezra kicks the dirt. Ezra investigates the cypress tree. The tree smells spicy, oily. Ezra inspects the bark, looks up into the branches. Some of the branches have been trimmed recently. Ezra looks around the shore. Ezra examines a large stone monument. The monument is covered in lichen and painted text. Ezra reads the text. Rock graffiti. X+0 forever. Forever. Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. I'll search for clues. She put out her cigarette and goodbye to the hot dog vendor and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Alright, what have you got? The stone-faced monument says X+O forever painted on it. Interesting. What do you think it means? Hug and kiss forever? Or they could be initials, Xavier and Olivia forever? Xerxes and Oliver? What do you think that monument is for? I'm not sure anyone remembers. The branches on the tree are trimmed. Xanadu +0? Holy shit, Xanadu +0? That's brilliant, dude. The branches of the tree are trimmed. Check it out, you can see the animals all on the ceiling. Oh, good observation. So I guess somebody's still taking care of this place or just practicing their tree trimming somewhere out of the way. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what all this adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some real local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra look up at the old battleship drifting by. Oh, it's cats meowing! Oh, there it is. The Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. What do you think of it? I don't know much about it firsthand, but I've heard things. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a while, the one with the little arcade with the card game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared, but he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. Someone told me she got close to it by accident and heard a strange wailing sound. She was a passenger on the Mammoth. She said she'd been out fishing on a rowboat and got swept up by the current near the cluttered place. Before she knew it, the Iron Pariah was upon her, unimaginably massive, up close but eerily silent. The only sound, she said, were the lapping of the lake water against the iron hull and a faint sort of, well, she said, a chorus of mews. I'll be damned if I know what that sounds like, haha. I've never gotten close enough to the ship myself. Supposedly there's nobody even aboard, no people, I mean. There must be something on there. Life is everywhere, rats, insects, some kind of hardy mold. Part of it could be flooded and host some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. Hey, maybe there are some mushrooms growing in there, slowly consuming military rations over 100 years ago. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms hide. You have to hunt for them. This was a cool section. I enjoyed this. I enjoyed that a lot. It's time to go. Now I want to go foraging for mushrooms, chat. It's better to do in the spring, but I bet if I were to go look in the woods right now, I could find some. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made, and the rocks weren't placed according to their size, so what's visible is more or less a uniformly random selection of overall shape. It looks like it might be a spiral, all told. Maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the end of the petrified oak stump, that was moved here from above ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Locklooks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with lock or luck, or split the difference with look, or even lick, or really anything else. But it was never going to happen. Marge Luck and Arrow Locke met in prison. Greta Luck and Norm Locke were high school sweethearts. Billy Luck and W.H. Locke met in line at the DMV. Prison's more interesting. Marge and Errol? She was a volunteer teaching conflict meditation skills to guards, and he was employed at the side gate accepting deliveries and greeting visitors. Neither of them once saw a prisoner. Their engagement was welcome news for the family businesses, who had been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. Locks ran a busy printing press, and the Lucks managed a fleet of bicycle couriers. That would be interesting. These were the Locks of Lock Large Animal Storage and the Lucks of Luck Family Nut Company. No, we're going to go with printing press. The natural next step was to start a local paper, what would become the Echo River Evening Record. That's cute. There is a newspaper here in Kentucky called the Sentinel Echo. The ceremony itself is humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond. Probably the rocks marked the boundaries between the two families. Locks on the inner loop and Locks on the outer, the other way around. I like the ever-tightening bond better. And it must have also involved that petrifying stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the officiant wore a robe. Shannon and her friends set out on a dinghy to deliver a package to a telephone exchange. There was a reason why they needed to go there. Let's do this. Because there was a reason why we needed to go there, but I don't remember why. Echo River Central Exchange. Okay, thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go, you know. Noise and lights disturb the bats. I usually send Will, but thought you'd like a chance to meet Dashiell. He's the guy who worked in the TV station, Web. So you'll pass through the Bat Sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for them. Cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the Bat Sanctuary. This passage is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There is a kind of weird memorial sculpted on your way in, just before the Bat Sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of, I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Oh, I can change the direction of the light. That's sick. Oh, I have to avoid that. Interesting. Oh, there's like a hump of somebody there. It's in the water. Can I move? Oh, that's just a quiet way of doing it? Oh, there we go. We claimed these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we placed them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company who bought up the old mine and traded our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water, and swept through hidden tunnels into an awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us. So let this here be the marker for their grave, and if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen next. Hey, Elkhorn, that's the mine we met in, where your folks worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry? I don't think you ever forget anger like that, chat. No, I guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up, I mean, how do you... It's fine. I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Well, here we are, remembering, and I didn't even know it in the first time around. But here I am remembering it now. That's a fond memorial, I guess. This is a cool section. Whoa. Hey. Conway, what? You're looking at me like I'm crazy, haha. Just sometimes I forget I don't even really know you that well. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan, consolidated. What? When did you talk to them about that? Oh, they're around. They're pretty much everywhere you look on this river. You really haven't noticed? Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even this delivery? Yeah, we're almost there, right? Hell, at this point, I bet I could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll into 5 Dogwood Drive by itself. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss Ira Lizette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Liz got it into her mind that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did, or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. So I have a problem. I can't move the light because I'm stuck in the dialogue, which is a little annoying for me because I want to see what's in front of me, not what's behind me, but sure, I could keep an eye on it for you until you get straightened out. Sure, okay, thanks. See what I mean? Sign, visitors to the Echo River long-legged red bat artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and spread of white nose syndrome. Please Do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited the cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothing, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. The long-legged red bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax, stop your vehicle, and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Dang, NVINC slow preset P4 is actually really blurry even compared to X264. I honestly... I've had the best... cables. My best experiences have been with NVINC, but I guess results vary. I don't know. Shit. There's a lot of bats, chat. We have to keep moving, though. We got to get through the bat sanctuary. Bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high-frequency clicks. Too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks by comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just millionths of a second. Bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has got an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, so it still needs to avoid running into anything. So bats keep clicking away even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for their survival in the dark. I wonder how the bats know whether or not one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. I think when they're actually communicating, it sounds more like singing. I like that. I'd like to hear that. Don't get too confused, bats. You'll be okay. All right, let them chill for a second. Damn, it's really dark down here. Are you still there? Shannon touches Conway's shoulder. Oh, there you are. I hope that's you. Haha. I was thinking about Lizette. I actually think she'd like it down here. She's always like old things and empty places. I mean places that are full of weird stuff, but they still feel empty, like a wax museum. Weirdos are behind us. Son of a bitch. What the hell? Bat fact. The long-legged red bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potential contaminated burying insects and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call little gray nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects and long-legged rat bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the long-legged rat bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of Lake Leth. So poop. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. Maybe it's better they don't know, like bat plumbing. I mean, I never think about where it goes, do you? Right. It is reassuring to know someone's taking care of everything for these little bats. Kind of bothers me, like they're tricking the bats. Yeah. In that case, I think it's about survival. I mean, if that's the bottom line, what's the difference? Like the folks in the mine. You said they used to buy stuff, fans, canaries, all the other little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down here. It feels cluttered, but human. I just mean all people need enough to pretend we're home, and we can make it anywhere. Sure, people can, but what about bats? You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles like, which is more musical, a truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Ha, count your blessings. I was gonna say, is there no software out there that will let you compare the original source image with the compressed image after the fact? So for instance, could you rig up something so that you record a ridiculously high bitrate, say like 20,000 kilobyte, like crisp video, right? And then whenever you're comparing encoders, you run them through an algorithm so that they compare the compressed image with the original image frame by frame to take like an accuracy check. And you could tell pretty objectively which one works. There are algorithms or such that score an image against the original. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That would be a good way to see objectively, because a lot of it could end up being anecdotal. There have definitely been images that I felt were higher or lower quality than they actually were, just because that's how my brain perceived it. Whoa. Umbrella. Another umbrella. Seem to be a lot of umbrellas down here, chat. I'm gonna give the bats a minute. Better hang on a minute. It feels like they're one kind of hovering right over me. They don't really hover though, do they? I mean, how could they? I guess a lightning bug will hover by beating its wings really fast. Maybe they can do that too. I used to watch lightning bugs in the evening out on the edge of the woods. Lizette's kid Charlie, he loved them, you know. He ended up going to college and studying astronomy. And I like to think he got his love for stars from those nights watching bugs. Anyway, me and Charlie, sometimes we try to see one of them up close. You lay in the grass and you have to be totally still for a while, like one of those wax sculptures. Don't even breathe, like this. Oh, you can't see me, haha. I was doing the watching lightning bugs in the grass face. Dude, lightning bugs are super easy to catch. I think I can imagine it. Yeah, you've seen it already, when I fell in the mine, kind of stunned, in shock. Hey, who were you talking to earlier? When we met in the mine, you were on the phone with someone. I forgot about that. Just a friend. Alejandra? We met in school and we're still pretty close. She has kids now and we don't talk much. I was just venting on the phone about my landlord situation. She didn't really have the time for it, busy doing other things. She was very patient, but I could tell she had no idea what I was talking about. I actually hate talking on the phone. Yeah, I try not to use it. I like to see someone's hands when they talk. Most people never learn how to lie with their hands, so anyone you see there, you can pretty much take for truth. I lie with my hands all the time, chat. All the time with my hands. All the hand things. All the hand things. I'm just being silly. It actually reminds me of Clan of the Cave Bear. The Neanderthals in Clan of the Cave Bear, they spoke through body language, hand gestures, and facial expressions, with some sounds intermixed. But because of that, it was impossible for them to lie to one another, so the best that they could do was hide from each other when they didn't want to tell the truth about a situation. Sign: white nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and it's highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome has drawn some comparison to colony collapse disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the long-legged red bat be two more lost species wiped out out in the geological brink and forgotten to natural history, it's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River long-legged red bat hibernaculum and sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. Damn, they are everywhere. Was that sick? I mean, she's old. We're both old. Hell, you're about the youngest person I know right now. Oh, and the kid, maybe Blue by the people calendar. And dog years, though, I bet she has us all beat. So I'm old too, sure, and I forget stuff all the time, especially if I've had a few and my brain is swimming. But I mean, Liz, it's all going away. She's losing words you'd never think you'd lose. Not just like the street she grew up on, but the names of colors and types of furniture, or I mean even the word furniture. Huh. I watched a dance inspired by Colony Collapse this past Friday. Colony Collapse appears to be improving. It's becoming less and less frequent, and bee populations are bouncing back, thankfully. I would actually love to keep bees, but my girlfriend's mother is deathly allergic. So I asked her, I was like, hey, would it be possible to like set up an apiary? And she's like, there's no way, dude. Maybe if you bought a second property to keep them on or something, but otherwise, no. It's weird, very interpretive. Do they wiggle their butts a lot? I hear bees do that. I hear they like to wiggle their butt. They dance the dance of, I was going to say freedom, but truthfully, bees dance and then memorize the dance to figure out where they're going. So they'll dance their way to a flower and then dance the exact opposite to get back, kind of. That's simplifying it, but that's what I always heard. I don't know if that's true. She'd say, we've still got a few nice pieces in the, what's that called? The shed? Where we put the bigger pieces, the beds and couches in. I say, aw, Liz, why do you keep teasing me about that all the time? I fell asleep in the furniture shed. When it's so damn comfortable in there, I tried to help her keep some dignity, you know? That's all I had to offer at the end. She has a sister in Nashville who will take good care of her, and I know that I'm not around the shop all the time. What was the old guy's name? Used to make deliveries for the shop. He smells like leather. I was always yelling at him too. Drunk to work on the one day he could have been in the right place at the right time. She means a lot to you. Are you worried about losing her? It was kind of chaotic, depicting the collapse in response to the insects. What a weird thing. Who does an interpretive dance of colony collapse syndrome? Just who thinks of that? I would have never thought of that. It sounds like a Family Guy skit. Like, just picture Peter in a bee costume wiggling his butt and then falling flat, you know? My girlfriend would love something like that, though, just for the record. She studied dance all through high school. Ballet, interpretive dance, all that stuff. Her legs are freakishly strong. You know, it's inevitable. At this age, people are going all the time. Friends, family, everyone. It's natural. I don't wish she'd live forever. Just that she keeps some dignity as she goes. I think that's the best we can wish for anyone we care about. Okay, I think the bats are clearing out. I was hoping to complete the game today, but we probably won't until tomorrow. I am going to get through this act, though. And then starting next Monday, we're going to start doing spooky stuff. I know it's a little bit early, but I have a ton of spooky games I want to get through. We have to get through the Amnesias, the Penumbras, the Dead Spaces, Cry of Fear, Condemned. Stid will love that. We got to get through all the spooky games that we can. Whoa. Central Exchange. It's done by a couple of emerging dancers at a semi-private show along with a few other series. Are there videos of it anywhere? Like, legitimately, I would show it to my girlfriend. She'd probably be into it. Can't promise that she'd be into it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, this is where I want to work. I want to be the old dude with the beard and glasses, hunched over a typewriter in a dark cave. I don't know how the fuck you expect me to see to be able to type things, but this is my perfect job right here. There's Flora and, let's see, what does he say? Conway, careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. I'll be careful. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm I'll be careful. There's Flora, who's a kid. Flora, oh hi, I remember you. What are you doing down here? Oh, do you know where the telephone exchange operator is? Singing. I don't know what that means. I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. Actress of the typewriter, kind of, yeah. I love typewriters. I'm weird about typewriters. If I had $1 million, I would own a bajillion typewriters, chat. Like, I have a list of typewriters in my head that I would love to own. I want like a Mint Hermes 3000, one of the earlier 60s models with a rounded body. I'd love to have an Olympia SM4, the kind with the S. It doesn't say Olympia on the plate. It just has a red S. I'd like to have either the black or the burgundy one. Would be really, really nice. I wouldn't mind having a couple Ultra Remingtons and Underwood. An Olivetti Latera 32 would be really cool. A Hermes Rocket or Baby would be really cool. An Olivetti Valentine would be cool. Typewriters are cool, man. I don't care what anybody says. I need to bust mine out, but it's blocked up. I might put it in the background. My grandpa had an IBM Selectric with 2 different front balls. I will say that the Selectric and the Selectric 2 are hands down the best electric typewriters ever made. I would love to have one. I prefer manual typewriters, but if I were going to get an electric typewriter, I would get an IBM Selectric 2. Absolutely. Who am I thinking? He wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He wrote on a Selectric. Shit. What are these goddamn animals? Bat swooped down on him. He was a fucking doctor of journalism, man. Hunter S. Thompson. Took me a minute. Softly. Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. Are you Dashiell Morse? Him? I mean me? Yes, I'm him. Sorry, I've been hacking on this thing all night. My thoughts are starting to come in alternating currents. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring those old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround, maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself, so you do still work here on the tugboat there. They weren't sure. I'm going to go with circuit geek. I bet. I mean, you seem very comfortable with electronics. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station, it's true. They had bats then, too, but they were considered a nuisance. What did you come here for as a kid? Train station? What happened to it? Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, some at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in there. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I miss that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closet I get is patched up, wiring the crystal room for the WEVP folks. WEVP is the TV station, right? Case says you're the only one who can tell where it is. Oh, maybe they should print some maps. It's not really supposed to be a secret, but it's not common knowledge either. That must be why they're always short-staffed. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything. Just ask around. I guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you dropped off the package. Nice chatting with you. I actually have a typewriter I got to get rid of. I have an Olympia SM3, a burgundy one. It's a beautiful shell, but it's rusted all to hell. And it would take a lot of work to repair, and I don't have the money to repair it. In mint condition, it could go for as much as $1,000, but in its current condition, I could probably get $100 out of it. And I would be honest about it on eBay. I'd be like, listen, I've got this Olympia SM3. I'm hoping to sell it to somebody who can repair it and put in the work to make it a nice functioning typewriter. So bear in mind, it does type. It works, it's functional, but the hammer stick and it really needs some tender love and care to be a good usable typewriter. And there's probably someone out there that will take good care of it for me. Maybe I can use the money earned, if possible. Oh, here's a plaque. To buy another typewriter. Abel and Eloise, the lovers, couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft. But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets and deliver them to the people nearby to delight or embarrassment. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation, and that's where we left them. A lot of character in this, man. Oh, Poppy. I feel like we ran across Poppy earlier. Poppy, just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does the parcel claim to be from? Reading label, Consolidated Power Company. If I say this, she'll refuse the package. That's weird. There's no label on it. Well, if we're lucky, it's chocolates from a secret admirer and not a snake from an assassin. So, who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only ask because I haven't seen you before. Was that you at her chatting down the hall? Yes, it was just met Dashiell. He's been working on an obsolete ringer, hasn't he? Poor Dashiell. You know, he's not really... He was let go a while back, a long while actually, when they started restructuring. He was one of the first to go, but he talked them into letting him come every day and fiddle with the interminable project. That's weird. I don't think I've ever read that word before. He says it's to keep a long gap from growing in his resume, but I think he just has nothing better to do. One of those old men who needs to work, you know, doesn't know how to be any other way. Well, there are no real jobs here, but there are fake jobs, I guess. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Marie, either Lois or Lewis, but I think it's Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller, but he had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own, so they hired Beryl, Jaina, and Sachiko. Why do I care about this? Which brought us up to 13, and that was as many operators as we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in like it was nothing. Nothing! And they started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Cara, and Lois left one Friday evening, and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at the private PBX. They had Jaina and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into energy cells, cold calling businesses to see if they needed an upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped, and the hours were hell and hard on the throat. The voice with the smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. Sounded pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm going to give it to him. So, where was I? Oh, God. It was just Loretta, Angie, and you. They were the smart ones. It's how they held on so long. They went to voice work, recording canned phrases for IVR systems and robocall polling. I could never do that. So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch Number 30. Let's ask an emotional question. Are you lonely? Sure. This place feels different when it's empty, cold to the touch. And you know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is vibration, a touch you feel in your ears, so my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. That's an electric touch, an intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. Okay, I'm reading erotica now. But that's not even what I mean when I say that it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire, and it was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Server shouldn't die this time. When checking the comparison page, I got two i7, third generation i7s from the school, along with more RAM to upgrade the server with, all for free. I actually need to get my hands on a i7 7700K. For some reason, they've gone up in price. I could have gotten an i7 7th generation for about like 50 or 60 bucks a year or two ago. Now they're like 300 new. What the absolute shit. That's an old generation, man. Mine is a 10th generation. 12th, I think, is the latest one, right? So like you're talking a couple generations back. But I need an i7 7700K to upgrade the all-in-one. I'm going to take my all-in-one, upgrade the RAM to 16, which is the max that it can have, put a terabyte solid-state drive in it, and update the CPU to an i7 7700K, and then probably resell it. Well, that was the plan, but now that the 7700 is so expensive, the shortages force people to go back to older generations. Yeah, I wish I had known that. I would have gotten it for 50 or 60 bucks previously, and now it's I think new through a trusted reseller would cost me like 200 bucks, 185, somewhere in there. And that's just like that is a great all-in-one computer. I paid about $1,200 for it when it was brand new. It's about 5 years old. No major issues with it at all, but it could use some upgrades. If I upgraded it, I could easily resell it for $500 or $600. Wouldn't be bad at all. It's a very sleek looking thing. If you're looking for something cheap that has kind of the Mac, iMac all-in-one vibe, it's perfect for you. You know, 27-inch screen, it's great. I could actually get, you know, a decent amount of money out of it, but unfortunately, if I have to spend, you know, 150 even on a CPU, then it no longer becomes worth it, and it's harder to sell something that is an i5. If I say, oh, I have an i7 with 16 gigabytes of RAM solid state drive, you're good to go. So now if I upgrade it, I'll probably just keep it and run Linux off of it. I've been playing with a fork of DWM called Dusk, which I like a lot, but there are issues with it. I'm used to Xmonad, which is a different tiling window manager. Very different. But yeah. I like repairing stuff and then reselling them. I have a couple laptops I need to get rid of, and I wish I could get paid to do that for a living, but it's surprisingly difficult. Program obsolescence is so built into people that it's really hard to sell used electronics in a small community like mine, because they'll just go out and buy a new one. Maybe Hard Times has made it so that I could, because I actually know a place where I can get laptops and computers for like 30 to 50 bucks. They're used, they're old, but I can repair everything. I can repair screens and motherboards and change hard drives and update RAM, and I can turn cheap computers into really decent ones almost always. Hell, give me a ThinkPad. I'll make that thing outrun a brand new MacBook. Well, might be pushing it. The M1 processor is powerful, but you know what I mean. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed for ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that, officially, is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you, they have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator light switches on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to callers? You know, there's something that bothers me about the process besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said, but this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper just to keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Why don't you just quit? In this economy? Fuck, girl, I feel that. No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot, it doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I've been working here for my whole adult life. I came here as a girl and I'll leave a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. I sound like Dashiell, haha. Oh, the parcel. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. I thought I heard people. What the hell? Is this where this act ends? I feel like this is where the act ends. No, but close, I guess. She returned on dinghy, all alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a painter of shipwrecks. He never worked from photographs, so his paintings could be divided into 2 categories. There were the ones he painted from life, and the Echo River was a very good source for these because its currents were so unpredictable and the tunnels so dark. He rendered those in oil paint by lamplight, working for hours cross-legged on the porch of his houseboat/studio. Then there were the ones he painted from memory, mostly the memory of a single wreck he encountered as a much younger man picking up litter where the coastal highway cleaves to the rocky beaches of Northern California. These were done in watercolor. He preferred to work on them in the morning in a room he rented near the airport in Louisville. He had some postcard-sized sketches and charcoal, too, of the Iron Pariah. It wasn't a wreck exactly, but it felt right. He tried to scribble one down every time he encountered it, though it was unpredictable. He was so focused on details, he usually just ended up with a handful of inscrutable marks. This is so weird. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. He said they took turns. The water was cold, and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work, the hardest work that a dog had ever done, he expected. They'd been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or driftwood it was caught on. She invited him to ride a ways on the dinghy. He appreciated the offer, but they weren't in a hurry. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottomed skiff. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in blue tarp, 3-pedaled, and 2 adults and another child. The 2 younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car and then the last few hours by boat, hungry and tired. They didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take a break from the paddling and weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She said she told them about the memorial. They were sympathetic. No minors in their family, but he had once injured at a warehouse job and had to fight for disability pay. They knew that these companies were like, and what it was like to have to assert your humanity to them. They wished her well and paddled toward West Virginia. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving. A moment of silence. I'm sorry, I just saw that. Gotta head to bed. Still watching on my tablet for a while. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, dude. I'll be wrapping up pretty soon. Probably in the next 20 minutes or so. Depends on when the act wraps up. Not as soon as I had thought, though. I thought we were almost over. I need to wrap this up. So I only have the one tomorrow. I hadn't expected this game to take so long. Have a good night, dude. I hope you rest well. I know it's got to be getting late. It's probably about 1:36 in the morning or something like that. Don't forget to post the Discord so I can see any changes you've made. Just in time, we've already finished eating, but we're about to place the to-go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida is a bit of a local celebrity for her cooking, I mean. Hey, Ezra. Was just asking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe you should let him know the two of you are back, or where's the old man anyway? That's a good point. Where is the old man? Did she leave him behind? Ah, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Sure, I have 1 quarter. Thank you. So, where's... They took him. Damn, yeah, he really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. Cool. Ah, the food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. Hey, there were 3 skeletons on the dinghy, right? Yeah. There were 3 skeletons on the dinghy. There wasn't at first. I don't think there were only 2. I'm pretty sure there were 2 at first. Yeah, but there were 2 earlier. So yeah. Oh, the food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. Tezra. All right. Claw Maestro. Let's give it another shot. So let's see what's on the top of the pile here. There's stuffed octopus, a plastic bag of clamshells, a cowboy hat, some big headphones. The octopus has a leg wrapped around a boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag well. The cowboy hat is in the corner, so it's kind of tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. Those headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. It could be wrapped around something. What are you going to try for? Oh, I'm definitely trying for the octopus. The octopus sounds awesome. Let's see. All right, I admire your confidence. Okay, well, I put this quarter in. You'll have 8 seconds to grab your prize. The octopus is square in the middle. Let me know if you need help lining it up. I've got a slightly different field of view from up here. Ready? Here we go. Timer 8. The claw hovers over the front left corner of the machine. Ezra pushes the joystick. Does this look right? You're too far to the left and you need to push it back further. 7. The claw hovers in front of the corner of the machine. 1/2 along the left wall of the machine. Pushes it right. 5 seconds. Claw hovers over the center of the machine. I have 5 seconds. Does this look right? Yeah, looks good to me. Go for it. 4 seconds. All right, let's drop this claw. Pushes the button to drop the claw. It grabs the octopus. The octopus is attached too securely to the plastic boombox beneath it. It slips from the claw's grasp. Aw, no good. I had a feeling the octopus is a little too comfortable in there. Hey, listen. Sounds like the old man you were following around, I guess he had to leave. Is he coming back? Well, probably not. He's got himself on a trajectory, you know? Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out what your next move is, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just wanted to make sure you know that. I'll meet up with Julian when we get back above ground and go back to the museum. I don't know what I'm going to do. Me neither. You're in good company. Hey man, maybe we still have time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. I'm a little bummed out that dude is gone. Like, he's the point of the plot. Like, he is the source of everything. Without him around, it's kind of... Did you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. Never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half-eaten. Is this someone's meal that they didn't finish? Tentacle. Gross. Man, I don't know. Some people really like that stuff. I had some fried calamari once at a gas station. It was pretty good, but I stripped gear trying to chew the beak. Why would you do that? They're supposed to be taken out. If Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal, it must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about, like a beloved uncle. Had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. Folks left behind a bag of sunflower seeds, but I threw it away. Should have kept... Yeah, like the sunflower seeds my folks left behind. I sort of thought they might pull something like that. It feels like the right vibe for this game. Feel kind of empty and disconnected. Yeah, it makes it feel a little aimless too, though, which is frustrating. Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine. Are you worried about them? Yes, it's weird that they just disappeared. Yeah, listen, that's okay to be worried. You're doing fine. Okay, weird. Somehow I thought it was his truck and delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying. But he gave it to her before they took him away. But you're going to deliver it anyway. Why? He's my friend. He needs my help to finish his job. That's right. He's our friend too. Johnny and I will help you unload it when we get there. To Johnny. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. So, how was everything to Junebug? How was the sweet cave snail? Ugh. Devastating. You're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Lith that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. I've got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. Oh, we need one for the road. Clara said she wanted, something primordial, she said. What does that mean? Kate reviews the menu. She must have missed something from very deep in the lake. Ah, could be. Hands Shannon the menu. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Shannon inspects the menu. Let's see. Salamander log, sweetwater cuttlefish spread, balsamic spinach. Why balsamic spinach? Ooh, cuttlefish sounds good. Let's go to the next page. I think she'd like crab and tomato cakes with Kentucky remoulade. Mollusk cakes with orange butter sauce, aged blind cavefish in a small salad. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. Prods the half-eaten tentacle. He gently compresses the pea-sized eyeball on the plate. The eye is hard like glass. Oh, you like candied eyefish? Most kids are repulsed just looking at them, which is a shame because they're really delicious. I have a bowl of them in the kitchen. I'll bring some out. Sorry I startled you, sweetie. Why didn't they finish their meal? Well, they had more than twice as much food as they really needed, so even half was too much. This food is about 15 years old, it's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped and frozen or dried, and I just threw it in the fryer. We've both come a long way since then. Well, 2 young men came in for dinner, seasoned divers. They said over 10,000 hours between them and Lake Leth alone. They'd been out all day salvaging parts from the riverboat wreck and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right here and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up. When Sam came bursting into the kitchen, Ida, he said, kind of frantic, "These divers are still hungry. Bring them another course." And I said, "They already ordered the whole menu." And Sam said, "Make something new. Keep making up dishes. Whatever. Just keep bringing food." So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book, and it was good, inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down, and I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now, when I need inspiration for a menu, I come and look here and think about all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, "Let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it." But it all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success in our expanded menu inspired Sam too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. I'd better get to work. Stay right here, sweetie. I'll bring you a treat when I come back. This game is so insane. It's like this heartfelt philosophical treatise on what it means to be empty and alone, and then it's shellacked eyeballs and candied fish nails. It's fucking weird. Well, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day, the one and only. So what are you? You look like, well, kind of a squid, I guess? Kind of mopey little guy, huh? Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. You smell like sort of buttery. Well, that should be just fine. Skin feels like sandpaper. Huh. Well, she'll figure something out. I think I'll call you leggy white squid, buttery squid, sandpaper squid. Leggy white squid. Welcome to Sam and Ida's, the one and only leggy white squid. I hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. Have you ever seen a creature like me before? You were pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me, long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? They ate here once, back in the good old days. Sorry, bad old days. 2 young guys, could have been brothers maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. Coffee my ass, you were drinking malt liquor. I hadn't been able to catch a thing, so I'd have just fried up something from frozen. Well, these guys were hungry enough to eat it and ask for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers. And like I said, they might have been brothers. They had a kind of rivalry going between them or something. Ida was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute and told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and wanted to listen. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep, dangerous dives they'd been on, new tunnels they'd discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered, and the weirdest depths of the Lake Leth. It was like a dance, no, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last, and I listened to every word, memorizing every description of every tunnel and driving route they discovered. That's my map now, you see. For 15 years, I've been using routes those 2 young divers discussed right there at that table. Yeah, I could write a guidebook to the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, and then where would I be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserve that table where they had their meal so I can look over at it to jog my memory, like they were eating pickled crab when they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, leggy white squid. There is one feature in this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you those boys were competing, right? One-upping each other, I mean, getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigated mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and a kind of mental picture I had to construct from their detailed boasts, and every time I explore a new diving spot from their recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. And when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said the fridge would be, and that's the end of Sam and Samonitis. To be honest, that possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. There is so much reading in this game. Holy shit. There's more reading in this than in Uru, man. I'm losing my voice. Hey, Sam, good haul tonight? We'll see what we can make of it. Yeah, pretty good, I think. There's some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. But I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. What's the catch today? This here's a leggy white squid, mopey, sandpapery old squid. I don't know how she'll fix him. That sandpapery quality ought to do something for what do they call it? Mouthfeel? Will you stay for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. Think we're about to leave, but thanks. Just passing through. Hey, aren't we all? Oh, she's got your food ready. You all enjoy your meal, all right?
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
There we go. For some reason, it didn't trigger. It's like somebody wanted to write a novel, and they were like, no one's gonna read my novel. I know what I'll do. See that? Just looks like a swirling mass of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there. All the spots on the lake, it's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it, like it was an island or something. Look closely, you can see some wood scraps of an old canoe. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. The place was run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paula, I think. This was years ago. Yeah, it's a collection of anecdotes. That's true. They used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, pilgrims, folks like that. They must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of Hard Times boys posted up on the dock peddling small bottles to their customers. Cool stories that normally would have no place following one another. Yeah, also there's not like a concrete story arc. Like, how can I explain this? It didn't start with the major hook. There has been some rising tension with his body slowly disappearing, but only kind of, sort of. You know what I mean? There's like no refusal of the call. There's no old mentor really, except the lady that shows up on the TVs, I guess. Like there are certain like landmarks that you find in most stories, and this one kind of circumvents a lot of them. Cassie and Paula worked those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly demonstrably dangerous, and you couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taking on water. The side business in firewood was a stroke of minor genius. His cluttered place makes a decent museum. It's as good history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of the residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. That must be... I hope this is about the end of this act. I'm getting tired. Junebug and Johnny watched the show from the dockyard with the others. Like the play in the... That's a good point. That's a good point. There are some, like, one-offs almost. Oh, it's a theremin. That's cool. Do they animate it? I hope they do. Theremins look cool to play. Oh. Remember this. I told you. Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. She played at the flower shop Serrano opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just droned out on his lap steel. Got really into it. He went for it, like forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm, perfumed. We were playing with some petals you found on the floor, and I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass during the week. That room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands in. Maybe outside if the weather was nice. It was nice that night. Warm. Smelled like spring. I remember the folding chairs. So comfortable. But I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Oh, look at Ezra. It's wrapped. Yeah, he's really into it. So, we were talking about him earlier at the gas station. Sure, I haven't forgotten, Cricket. Cool, yeah, I know. Any, what do you think about Ezra traveling with us for a while? We were in the back. Passing messages in code. We used a code of our own design, inscrutable to observers, transmitted by subsonic whistles. You told me a joke. It was the one about the prisoners exchanging dirty moonshine recipes. I told you the one about the 3 bears in the outhouse. Then you told me the one about the dentist with the rude prosthetic. We had to leave the room. I sound hesitant or something. It's just... when we met, we were nothing. Just these little gray shadows. And we grew and filled in. But we did all that together. Ezra, sure, he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What would that do to our system, our chemistry? We stepped outside in the warm night air. There was a horse tied up in the parking lot. Whose horse could that have been? Did somebody come to the show on horseback, or maybe he belonged to someone in the neighborhood? It was a residential area. We went looking around the neighborhood for clues. We wandered between some low houses and came out onto the empty street. Yeah, I got the masters for the new record back in Lazar. They're okay, but What? You listened to them without me? You were in the pet shop. I didn't think you could tear free. Oh, okay. Anyway, there are a few spots where the strings distorted a little and the whole thing was way too much reverb, but overall it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you've got your hands full of guitar. I stepped into a 24-hour convenience store. I remember the radio was playing some old Patsy Cline, right? Or was it Connie Smith? The clerk was reading one of those conspiracy/celebrity/gossip/Bigfoot sighting newspapers. Oh my God, Weekly World News. Bought a small bag of carrots for the horse. The horse ate the carrots slowly and glumly. They're beautiful animals, horses, everyone seems to agree. I think it's because they always look sad. Got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took in a deep breath, raised both her hands in their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle in sympathy, a perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress, tearing down the building with an effortless wave of incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looked up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else worried, trying not to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not, if she was really trying to bury us all in glass. I'm just saying, maybe we could use a third pair of hands up there. Oh. Oh! Think you could teach that kid to play a drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. Well, that'll be our backup plan. It was a tense 5 minutes, we, the audience, alternating between fearing for our lives and laminating fears that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to rest. The theremin went quiet. The glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed, unharmed. Every time I think we're coming to the end of the act, like there's some kind of important motif or symbol or something that they're like, okay, this is where we're gonna, it continues again. I met a photographer once, one in particular. She even took my portrait, I can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. That was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. As she was disembarking, not far from here actually, the film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. I was working on the deck at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Act 10, or Scene 11, wow. Man, these last few acts are really long. Silo of Late Reflections, we're getting close, though. We're getting close because the delivery is near here somewhere, I think. What's this place like, Dogwood Drive? It's a small town, or it, I don't know. Got the manifest the old man had in his truck here. Sets Antiques, mail order delivery, no return address, shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive, packing list. And then it just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he was supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yes, I'm always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I'll have to find a bus or a train to get to Nashville by evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems like a truck. I have a truck now. Only, how are you going to get it up the stairs? That's quite a staircase. Is there another route, a tunnel or something? Is there something we could do with a rope? Sure, I can think of a few things. Nothing that'll get that truck up the staircase, though. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. Is it safe to just leave the truck here? Sure. I don't think anyone but us could get it starting again. To Johnny. All right, Cricket. Let's get this delivery packed and tied to the bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques, he says in quotation marks. Yeah, antiques are... It's like junk, but people will pay for it. Oh. To Clara. Sorry. Guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It'll be an adventure. Shannon sighs and stretches. Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. Well, now instead of the dog with the hat, we got a cat. They're going the wrong way. The stairs go the other way. Well, the cat seems to understand. He's like, dude, you guys, the stairs are behind me. Unless they have to go under or something. What are we doing, game? What are we doing? End of Act 4. We finally done it, chat. Well... Really? Well, no. No, you're right. It was on the boat. Did they take... Well, maybe it was taken with them. But anyway, tomorrow we will play A House of Nothing, which is the next chapter, the only chapter remaining. And then starting next week, I'll put a poll up, I guess, on Discord. Spooky games, chat. Spooky games. We got Dead by Daylight, Hunt Showdown, Dead Space 1, 2, and 3, all freely available on Xbox Game Pass. We've got Cry of Fear, Penumbra 2, excuse me. 3 Amnesia games, Darkwood. I'm definitely going to have to get around to playing that. Ghostbusters, if we want to have a fun kind of Halloween-y thing, but not full Scarefest. That might actually be a cool next game just because it's a good transition into spoopy. But yeah, you're right. He was wandering the... yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know where Blue is. I hope Blue's okay, though. That's weird. Now you're going to have me worried about it, dude. You're going to have me worried about Blue. Thanks for that. What I'm going to do, though... Let's close that out. Let's go ahead and quit out of the game really quick. Exit game. And here's why. I'm going to do you guys all a favor. I'm going to get in Discord. And under memes, okay, we have, what is it? The Florida Anomaly. Do I not know how to spell anomaly? Anomaly. How the hell do you spell anomaly? It's going to be something super obvious. Holy shit. 1 second. I'll tell you. No, I spelled it right the first time. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't, actually. There we go. Florida Anomaly Investigation Station. And then Shift Enter. The phone number is 1270 301 5797. 5797. Pretty sure that's correct. Accidentally hit that twice. And then there are some helpful extensions. You could try extension. Nah, Blues is fine. Then nice operator lady and the telephone repair guy will take care of him. The thing that worries me, though, is that dogs shouldn't be underground for extended periods of time. Like, the puppers needs light and warmth, not dark, creepy cave, you know? 1618. And then there was one more. That's right. Extension 0464. That's true. I'll give you that. That's absolutely true. And then right. Ooh, I accidentally hit escape. Just for funsies. Why can I not type? Fumsies. That's right. That's what I funsies. Okay. Just in case you guys ever want to call that number and goof around, there you go. Congratulations. But yeah, man, I'm hungry. I have no idea what to make to eat. Maybe burritos or something. I don't know. I'll think of something. I'll think of something I can make to eat. Would you have rather he incurred the infinite skeleton debt? Was it the next morning already, though? That's the thing. Was he kidnapped or was he just going to work? If he's just going to work, I get it. That's fine. But if he's full skeleton now, that's kind of sad, man. Can we unskeleton him? If he comes to the surface, does he unskeleton? Why does the electric company, like, what's their whole deal with turning people into skeletons, man? It's no bueno. Es un pueblo de nada. It's a house of nothing. But yeah, I mean, if he's just going to work, then, you know, how nice of them to pick him up. If they kidnapped him, how awful of them to kidnap him. Like, you know, so I don't know. But I hope you have a good night, Soups. I appreciate you hanging out with me today. If you have any cool game suggestions, spooky shit especially, let me know. I will definitely try. I'm going to try and pack as many spooky games into like the next 6 weeks as possible, because streaming will be a lot less common after that. I'll have to work out monies. Also have to make an LLC so that I can put that into a resume when I submit it, so it doesn't look like I have a giant gap in my my employment. Oh, Inscription is a good suggestion. That is absolutely a good suggestion. I'll play that. But all right. Peace out, boys and girls. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon, and I will see you tomorrow.